Manager Davis, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. How are you?
I'm great. How are you this morning?
I'm well. Needed to get off mute.
Yeah, your background is not really looking like what it looks like outside.
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
I think we got 1 minute.
All right, good morning, Chair Howerton, County Commissioners, County Managers, staff, and citizens. It is now 9 a.m. and we do have everyone on the line, so we can go ahead and get started.
Thank you, Monica, and good morning, everyone. Today, February 1st, 2021, 9 a.m., I will read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. During this part of the meeting, citizens were asked to share comments or emails to the clerk. I will ask the clerk to share any comments received at this time.
Good morning, Commissioners. We did receive one email from Eric Landfried. I will read his message. Then we also have a request from Mr. Adam Clark. He's an office director with World Relief Durham Refugee and Immigrant Youth Services. He's also on the line. He has a short 3-slide presentation that he would like to share, and he is aware of the 3-minute time frame. All right, so the comment from Eric Landfried. I am a former Gold Triangle planner and the manager of the Transit Equity Campaign in Durham. I would like to read our mission statement to you. Durham has a transportation system created through a history of decisions that have led to inequitable outcomes along racial and economic lines. To promote anti-racism and equitable outcomes, the Transit Equity Campaign will hold the public agencies in charge of updating the Durham County Transit Plan accountable to make sure the needs of current transit riders, transit workers, and low-wage BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities are the first priorities of the transit plan. The campaign is excited about the opportunities to update the Durham Transit Plan affords these populations, and would like to praise the Durham Transit team for the ambassador-based public engagement they have conducted. We look forward to seeing the full results of this effort. We ask that the transit team go beyond engagement to place some of the decision-making power directly in the hands of those who benefit the most from this transit plan update. We must make it much easier for current and future transit riders to access jobs and services both in Durham and the wider region. Today, it would take a person living in Oxford Manor, a Durham Housing Authority community in Northern Durham, an hour to get to jobs and services at the Duke and VA Hospital via transit. This trip takes 15 minutes by car. It only takes that person 45 minutes to get to downtown Raleigh by car. Unfortunately, no specific goals or objectives for the Durham Transit Plan update has been communicated to the public. It is important to improve transit access for people living in Oxford Manor and other low-wage BIPOC communities in Durham. How will this be prioritized against other goals for the plan update? Improvements in this type of access can and should be measured for each of the 3 transit scenarios that will be presented to the public this spring. Here's an example of a goal and objective that could be used. Sample 1, make more job opportunities accessible to low-wage BIPOC communities via walking and transit. Sample objective, a 50% increase in the percentage of jobs reachable by low wealth BIPOC neighborhoods within 45 minutes via walking and all-day transit by 2025. Objectives such as the one above can then be compared across the 3 different transit scenarios in the Durham Transit team plans to present. This will provide the opportunity of useful information Durham County residents, transit staff, and elected officials can use to make decisions about which projects to include in the updated transit plan. Finally, we believe that any transit scenarios presented to the public must be based on realistic and current financial assumptions. For any scenario that includes the commuter rail project, the assumption should be that 1/3 of the local funding would need to come from Durham County unless another local funding source has been identified that could lower Durham County's contribution toward the project. Thank you for your time and consideration. The Transit Equity Campaign looks forward to continuing to work with the Durham Transit team and the County Commissioners to ensure the transit plan update meets the needs of those who face the greatest transportation barriers in Durham. And now, Mr. Adam Clark.
Good morning. Thank you. Madam Chairman, Board of Commissioners, thanks for having us this morning. I'm joined by Rob Callis, my colleague who runs our Refugee and Immigrant Youth Services program. Appreciate your time this morning. He will be sharing more about what we do, and I'll try to close with a few comments about how we can work together to see more immigrant children and their families receiving this kind of support in Durham. Rob?
Good morning, all. Chair of the Commissioners, County Manager, great to be here. And thank you, Ms. Toomer, for pulling up the slides. As Adam said, my name is Rob Callis. I manage our Refugee and Immigrant Youth Services program. And we're here just to share about the work that we do and why we care so much about it and why it's so important for the Durham community to care about it as well. Next slide, please. So as you can see from this chart, the population that we work with, of course, are refugees and immigrants in the Durham public school system where we have been asked to work. The school system does not collect information on immigration status. So instead, we work with data on families whose home language is a language other than English or Spanish. And we call that the LOTS category. So as you can see, there are just over 600 LOTS learners from this data that was collected in 2019 that we are aiming to serve in the Durham public school system. So of our client base that we serve as a refugee resettlement agency, 50% of our arrivals are under the age of 18, but prior to my program starting, the main services we offered were making sure that kids had their immunizations, that they were enrolled in school, and that they could get on the bus for the first time. Since then, we have been able to expand our services quite a great deal with help from the public school system and a number of our community partners. Next slide, please. So our work falls under 3 major categories to kind of provide those wraparound comprehensive services. So they are academic support, social, emotional, and mental health services, and community integration. So what this kind of looks like on the ground, and I can speak to before COVID and during COVID, although we've been able to make a number of really great adaptations to our program to preserve the services that our youth are getting, especially in this very important time of isolation for them to keep receiving these services. It's a great gift to be able to do that. But we provide twice weekly in-school and after-school support academically through the deployment of bilingual assistants. So these are interpreters that we work with who provide just kind of cultural brokering support. So all of my bilingual assistants, I've got a team of 8, are immigrants themselves who came to the US and underwent the same experiences that a lot of our youth did, of encountering a new culture, a new environment where they are expected to work using tools that they've never used before, in a language that they've never used before often. So during our tutoring sessions, we like to mix English and home languages. Studies show that this is the best way to increase literacy skills in a second language by focusing on a primary language. In addition to the academic support, which is incredibly vital, we care deeply about the social, emotional, and mental health state of our youth. So in our curriculum, we work in social, emotional, mental health curriculum in general, focusing on values and life skills and things like that, cultural orientation, but we also run screenings and refer our kids out to services in the community, and also services within the schools, such as art therapy, such as co-located mental health services and counseling. And last but not least, we provide community integration support. This is sort of a catch-all category, just to make sure that our kids have everything that they need to survive and thrive in our community, as well as their families. So we provide general case management support. We do advocacy within the Durham Public School system to make sure our families know of all the services that they have access to and must be able to use for their kids to thrive. And doing all of these things, we've served about 150 youth since my program started 2 years ago. We're in 13 public school sites actively and looking to expand more. And we're serving kids from over 10 different countries, speaking 13 languages and counting. And we have a number of great community partners that help us do this work. Next slide, please.
Right now, excuse me. Right now, World Relief, in partnership with Durham Public Schools, is able to fund the dark blue line on this graph. Regardless of any investment on the part of the county in the future, we will continue to provide these services. But right now, we're serving about 25% of the LOTE students and their families in Durham, which for private funding and some contribution from the public school system, we're very proud of. With the light blue shared investment of the county over the next 5 years in this example budget, we would be able to close this gap for LOTE's learners in Durham and their families and provide these services that Rob's been describing for everyone who needs them. The Durham public school system has basically said, how many more schools can you serve and how many more languages can you serve in? And we look forward to responding to that request by the public school system over the next few years. We'll be sending you all a detailed breakdown of this example budget just so that you can evaluate yourselves kind of the costs involved and perhaps customize or choose a version that best fits the funding priorities of the county. But over the next few years in the Biden administration, we can expect this number of students to be growing. So we appreciate your consideration, and in respect of time, I'll end my comments there.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation, and I want to thank the clerk for sharing the comments with us. I just have one question. Was there a submission to the nonprofit, our nonprofit process? Did you submit anything to them?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so this information will be passed on to staff to see what needs to be done, but it'll be passed on for staff. But thank you for presenting it so that we are informed as to what's going on. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
The next area, commissioners.
Chair Howerton, I don't know if you saw I had my hand up. I just had a quick comment.
I did not. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I know for our members, just to let folks know, we were supposed to actually go visit the program that World Relief runs at Hope Valley Elementary School. It was on our calendars for March 31st. And of course, due to COVID, we were not able to go see the program in person, but I know that they are operating virtually now. So I don't know, Rob and Adam, if you could maybe send us all some information about possibly learning more other ways. Since obviously we can't go visit in person and it's not operating in person, but wondering if that's a possibility.
Absolutely, Vice Chair Jacobs. We'd be happy to invite any and all folks to visit our virtual tutoring sessions on Zoom. Transportation time is very quick to get there, so I'd love to send you a link to attend and see just our resilient kids in action.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks so much.
Okay, the next item, commissioners, is our consent agenda. We have 17 consent items on our agenda, and at this time, I'd like to ask the manager if he would go through those items and allow the board to ask questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of the board. Our first item on the consent agenda is item 0018, which is a budget ordinance amendment, which is simply recognizing $8,540 from the State Department of Human Services Division. Are there any questions there? Hearing none, we will move on to item 0028, which is essentially approval of a contract with W.K. Dickerson for nutrient management strategy. And of course, the implementation to support funds for our stormwater utility system. That contract amount is $221,243. Are there any questions regarding that item?
Commissioner Jacobs and then Commissioner Carter.
Thank you. So I think this is exciting to seeing the next step in this process. I'm just wondering, is the funding for this study coming out of the new stormwater fee itself? I mean, I have a few questions, but that's the first question.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Vice
Commissioners.
Chair. That's correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And in terms of the looking at the scope of work in the contract, it mentions stakeholder meetings on page 5, but it doesn't really, the only stakeholder that I saw specified was soil and water. And I guess I'm a little concerned about that not being more specific, and it doesn't really specify, for instance, you know, the number of meetings or anything like that. So what other stakeholders are there, we going to make sure that they are included? I mean, for one, I'm thinking about the farmland board, but, just, I was concerned not to see more detail on that.
Yes, ma'am. So part of what we will be doing is identifying projects in specific areas. And so it would likely be that we would be reaching out to the neighborhood communities or the different stakeholders in the areas of the projects once those projects were identified. Additionally, we would look to other groups, the Farmland Board being one of them. We didn't want to get, I don't think they wanted to get too specific until we had moved a little further into the identification process. But we are well aware and will work with the consultant team on the different communities that the board has specified to us previously, such as the Farmland Board and others.
Okay. And the priorities, the guiding priorities, compliance, efficiency, resiliency, environmental justice, is that what came out of the process with the stormwater fee? Were those the guiding priorities for that?
Yes, those are, and those are some we identified as priorities for the program going forward.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Carter.
Thank you. I actually was just going to ask to hear a little bit more about the community engagement. So Ryan did a great job of already addressing my question. Thank you.
Okay, other questions, commissioners? Okay, County Manager, you want to proceed?
Item 0029 is a capital project amendment, basically increasing the lease for the convenience site upgrades in the amount of $3,624,510. And this is from our LOBS to execute the contract for construction. Any questions there?
Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you. I just had a quick question. So is this within the original budget, the total amount? Is that what was originally budgeted, 4,415,890? Or are we adding to the original budget? I wasn't clear.
This is Susan, and the amount that you see is in the CIP plan that was approved in June of 2020. So that is the amount that's in the CIP plan.
Okay, thank you.
I would just say real quick, it looks really cool. The rendering of it looks really neat. We had that attachment, really liked how it looks.
So the citizens can't see what we are talking about when we say what it looks like. Could staff say a little bit more about it? About the project?
Hey, this is Chrissy Karoy-Vui with Solid Waste. So the project will be on 15501 North between our two existing sites. And we'll have mostly a paved area as opposed to what we have right now with the gravel roads. The drop-off area for our residents will be where people can back in. It'll be a much better layout. And so there won't be as much traffic and congestion concerns. We're gonna have the site attendant shed. Right now it's just a shed. What it will be is a larger building with flush toilet and running water that residents can use when they visit. So that's a big upgrade for everyone as opposed to the Porta John. So just features like that. And we do have an area on our website where we post updates on the CIP project. And I think we have the site plan there, and we can add some of those renderings as well onto our website for people to see. But it should be a lot more user-friendly for our residents for sure.
And in addition, Chrissy, you can probably confirm this, but we will no longer be leasing two separate facilities, but own the one facility.
Correct. Yes. So we'll own the site, so we won't be paying the lease anymore. And it's the overall site is 23 acres, and we're just using about 3.5. And so there could be some potential for, at some point in the future, environmental education. There's a nice stream on the section that we're not using. And in that attendant shed, there'll be an area there where trading could happen or meetings as well. So some definite future potential for the site.
This is Matrio. There's also some availability for the sheriff's office to share the facility, especially the second floor level of the building, for their reporting of the north side as well as observation points. So we have been discussing with the sheriff some accommodations with regards to the building also.
Thank you. Thank you all. That probably gives the public a little bit more context to what it is that we're talking about, that we're excited about. Okay, Mr. Manager.
Item 0038 is a budget ordinance amendment recognizing funds in the amount of $43,657 from the State Department of Health and Human Services, for our children's health and immunization branch. Are there any questions there? Hearing none, we will move on to item 0042, which is another budget ordinance amendment recognizing $150 from the State Department of Health and Human Services for our Cancer Prevention Control Branch. Are there any questions there? Item 0044 is another budget ordinance amendment recognizing $99,949, again from the State Department of Health and Human Services for our Public Health Women's Children's Health Section Immunization Branch. Are there any questions there? Item 0047.
Just a minute, Mr. Manager, I think I saw, did I see your hand, Commissioner Jacobs?
I see Commissioner Burns has her hand up, so why doesn't she go first?
Okay.
One, congratulations on the grant. I'm excited that we got it, along with some of the other grants that we have. But it says, Health and Human Services well-being by providing more resources for COVID-19 vaccination services. So my question is, I guess, for this $99,000, and I did, I could pull the grant and look at it, but if it's specifically for the Women and Children's Branch, will this be just in vaccinations, or will it be in call services? Will it be in other additional resources, like in the event they call NC Cares 360 and they say these are some of the issues we have? Like, what are some of the items that this funding could be used for? All right.
Address your question. The 99,000 came as a result of all the health department's needs in terms of COVID vaccination. They did not really put any special stipulations on it. So it's a catch-all. So we are certainly happy to have it. And I hope that addresses your question.
Yeah, no, actually, I wanted to, it does, and that it helps a lot. And also, while I got you on here, I can think of a mom who had 3 kids, and this week she had COVID. And one of the things that she said, she was like, I got to give it up to the health department. They will not let you sleep. She says, they knew, they called, they made sure we had everything that we need. So while you're here, I just, give you your flowers now. I know that you're working and in the building because you have everything on, but I'm looking at it now, it says hand sanitizer, hand soap, face coverings. I love that it's just not one thing, and I wanted to clarify that. So thank you, Rod.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Burns. And I also, I'll come to you just a second, Commissioner Jacobs. I read through the scope of work and the deliverables, and there are so many things here that you talked that the grant is for. I appreciate it and acknowledge it too, because these are things that I'm sure moms are eager to receive. So thank you. Commissioner Jacobs.
I had a similar question to Commissioner Burns and was wondering about transportation, if it could be used to help people with transportation. And I didn't know if you all had looked into, especially when we have the mass vaccination sites going, if we're going to have any funding to get people, whether it's using Project Access or free bus passes, how we can help people get to our vaccination sites. And then actually heard from Senator Murdoch and Representative Hawkins that NCDOT just put out a grant for funding. So I just was wondering, transportation, what was on my mind.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And good morning to you, Madam Vice Chair. I will say that I have been in talks with Pat Stevens from Go Triangle. He reached out to me the day after the announcement from DOT and DHHS. So therefore, we're still working out a plan, but I'm honored to say that my relationship with Pat Stevens is strong. And even before the DOT presented that option, he had already called me probably 2 months ago to ask what could Go Triangle do. So we're certainly working out a nice plan, and I don't believe that transportation is going to be a hindrance to getting the COVID vaccine.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So, Rod, on page, I don't see a page number here. It says mobile vaccine clinics that travel to hard to reach communities to provide vaccines. So is it not providing some transportation? Is that what that's saying?
Basically, what it's saying, Madam Chair, is that should we stand up a mobile vaccination unit, then we could utilize these funds for that particular purpose. As it stands right now, we have not gotten to that point primarily because of the shortage of vaccine. But it's good to know that we have the capability to do that once vaccines become more available.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, we can continue.
Madam Chairman, the next consent item is 0047, which is also a budget ordinance amendment in the amount of $168,525 for the housing opportunities for persons with AIDS. And we are amending this contract with the city of Durham. Are there any questions there? Hearing none, we will move on to item 0050. This is essentially approval of another budget ordinance amendment appropriating $150,000 of general fund balance to provide operating funds for the Durham Convention Center. Are there any funds there? Any questions there? These funds subsequently were budgeted at the beginning of the year, and subsequently we are just effectively making that transfer at this point. Hearing no questions, we will move on to item 0054, which is also the approval of a budget ordinance amendment appropriating $186,394.99 for the padded cell project for the Durham County Detention Facility. And this is a contract that will be approved with Cornerstone Detention Products. Are there any questions there? Item 54. Hearing none, we will move on to item 0060, which is a contract with E+ to conduct routine lifecycle replacement telework for telenetwork technology, therefore strengthening our telework capabilities. This contract is in the amount of $311,514.45. Are there any questions?
Mr. Jacobs?
Thank you. I just have a question about the clarifying. So the contract is a 5-year contract, and this is for the entire 5 years, this amount. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no other questions regarding that item, we will move on to item 0061, which is the approval of a contract for SHI International to purchase our cybersecurity specific license. And this is for our Microsoft data component. That contract is in the amount of $260,719.77 with SHI. Are there any questions there?
Mr. Jacobs?
Yeah, so this one I just was a little confused about because it says that okay, maybe I'm getting this mixed up with another one that talked about okay, sorry. I'm getting this mixed up with the next one. Sorry. There's a lot of IT contracts on this agenda, so I'm sorry. It's the next one that had a.
Moving on to item 0062, which is the approval to amend the contract with Global LLC and IS&T Technical Writer.
Items one away.
There was a
Okay,
question.
is that the one you have a question on, Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, this was the one. it says in the documents that we got that there would be subsequent renewals and that could be, just automatically signed by the county manager. I just wanted to get clear about what is the time period and what's the fiscal impact of that. If that means within the currently budgeted amount or outside of the budgeted amount. I just wasn't sure.
That would be if we decided to keep this person on staff longer than the 6 months we're asking for right now.
Okay, so is there?
And Commissioner Jacobs, this is Greg Merrill. Good morning, commissioners. If we, as Bert indicated, if we decide to keep the person on staff, it would be part of the IT operational budget. We wouldn't be requesting any new dollars.
Okay, so is this within this fiscal year's budget or does this go outside of the fiscal year?
We're using this year fiscal funds.
Okay, this is just this budget.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's great. I think this came up before, and I think it would just be helpful in the AF just to clarify those types of things, that it's just within this, what the time period is or the full fiscal impact. That would be helpful. Yeah.
I think part of what you're hearing is as a part of this upgrading of our security apparatus in light of the malware attack. This is a portion of the work that needed to be done, and subsequently, while it's a time-limited position based on current year funds, I think what Greg is saying is that once they get in and essentially start this process, it's not exactly clear at this juncture whether or not this function will be required to roll into the next fiscal year.
And this is Susan. I just wanted to add that part of the rating agency talks also included the fact that we went through a cyber attack. And one of the pluses that helped us a lot was everything that Greg and his team has done to make sure that we are secure going forward with additional checks and balances. So that's a plus.
Commissioner Burns?
Thank you. I purposely waited for all three of these to be announced. I read them thoroughly. I understood that exactly which budget it was coming out of, because it said, it's coming out of this fiscal budget. But as somebody who's dealt with IT contracts, one of the things that I love about how you all buckled this and how it just makes us safe, and how I want to reiterate to the community, this is exactly the way that it should be done. You need to hire a technical, the first thing that you saw in this item, you saw that we shored up our infrastructure so that people could continue to work from home, and it would be fluid and it would be seamless. The next thing you saw us say, we're going to add on this cybersecurity software, where we can do some two-factor authentication so you can feel more comfortable about sending your documents. And then the third thing we did was say, we're going to add a technical writer. So anybody who works knows that you continuously get these cybersecurity trainings every other day, every other week. A technical writer has to write those. So as we are having our employees sit at home, and they're using this software, this very new software that's coming in, as they're having to put in jump drives, as they're having to open up files, as they're having to encrypt data, somebody has to teach them how to do this. And for me, when I saw all three of them together, I said, yes, go ahead, county, do it, because it could be piecemealed. And so Bertrand, to your team, to Mr. Morrow, to the manager, one, this made me smile. Two, it makes me feel a lot more comfortable to go out and be a megaphone to the public about the fact that we are secure. And you hit it on the head. I think it was Mr. Morrow. This is what makes people feel comfortable about doing business with you. Right now, DOD, no federal agency does anything with you if your cybersecurity supply chain is is not secure. Excuse me, your supply chain is not secure. Your information, this is a tattoo. If we talk about our ISO certifications, I know this is not a business, but this is what keeps stuff running. And I understand why the manager might have to go and say, I might need to sign off on this later, because every week is something new. Every week is something new. The same way you have Norton on your computer, there are new things that are coming in every day, and we need to be malleable. So this was probably, some of y'all know how I am about IT, but this is one of my favorite ones. And I just appreciate you all going after it with a 3-pronged approach, because that is what it takes, especially after the malware attack. So congrats to you all. I waited for this one. I wanted all 3 to be done just so the public could understand this is the way you're supposed to do business. So thank y'all for your hard work on that and executing this contract.
I don't see why it wouldn't. Thank you.
And
thank you.
And Commissioner Burns, we don't even mind the hoops we have to jump through. We have to continue to sign on because they're protecting us and the systems that went down the beginning of this year, and our community had a difficult time with the business not being able to be conducted as normal. So we thank you for just taking care of our systems to make sure that our citizens are able to conduct the business that they need to conduct in this community.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, we will subsequently move on to items 0064, which is essentially a approval of a final budget for our open space acquisition, and it's a capital project amendment in the amount of $31,969. And so, and we're also recognizing the $40,000 in grant funds from Pay As You Go. So are there any questions there? Hearing none.
I see Jane popped up. That you had something you want to say? Okay. All right.
Hey, Jane.
All right.
We will move on to item number 0065, which is essentially increasing our capital project for the 300 block of East Main Street using the appropriation of limited obligation bonds in the amount of $44,950. And so we'll make that transfer of the debt service fund. Are there any questions on that item?
Okay.
Item number 0069 is essentially an execution of a design consultant contract with O'Brien Atkins for the detention center security glass replacement project in the amount of $123,340. Are there any questions there? Hearing none, we will move on to item 0072, which is a budget ordinance amendment to appropriate general fund restricted fund balance totaling $1.853393 million for the sheriff's, the public health library, CJRC, and social services. Are there any questions on that particular item?
Mr. Jacobs.
I just had a question on page 2 of the agenda action form with the fiscal impact. It refers to CARES Act funding. So is this funding related to CARES Act? I just wasn't sure what that.
This is Susan, and the restricted funds that you're looking at are not CARES Act. I'm not sure what that's referencing, but this is restricted funds from normal program services that was not spent by the fiscal year end for FY20. And so this is reappropriating that. It's like for the library, it's the foundation funds that were not spent, for social services program dollars not spent. And these are shown in the CAFR as restricted fund balance.
Okay, maybe it's a mistake.
Commissioner Jacobs, this is David Ades. I just pulled up the supplement, and you're right that under that physical impact, we'll have that updated by the next meeting. It appears to be a holdover from a prior supplement.
Okay.
We'll take care of it. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, got it.
That's on our part.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions regarding that particular item? Hearing none, we will move on to 0075, which is an amendment to the Durham County Women's Commission bylaws. Are there any questions there? Madam Chairman, if there are no questions on the last item, that concludes our consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioners, I moved up the next item on the discussion items, moved the Durham City County Racial Equity Commission. I see Elaine is here. So I moved that item up. So if we can go ahead with, we request a presentation on the proposed bylaws from the community members in consideration of the establishment of a Racial Equity Commission. And Elaine O'Neill is here to have a conversation about that item and to have commissioners have any questions that they would like to ask.
Hey, Karen.
Good morning. Good morning.
And Karen, and I see Karen here as well. Thank you for being here. Good.
Good morning. Happy Monday. We're glad to see you all on this beautiful Monday, the first day of February, Black History Month. I think this is most appropriate to talk about this item. We have been working really hard outside of the Racial Equity Task Force. As you know, we have concluded our service with the city, but we have remained involved in these issues and will continue to do so. Right after the report was given, we did receive, Karen and I did receive a phone call from a person within the city's office of, it was an attorney, I'm blanking on her name, and Karen, I'm sure, can help me with that. We had a brief conversation with her about the drawing up of the bylaws. Thereafter, I did have some conversations with Madam Chair, and we are now at the point where those bylaws have been drafted and vetted by our organization. A couple of months ago, we were able to see a draft of those bylaws, and then those were disseminated throughout the members of the Racial Equity Task Force, and our input was received. Our input was received, and we have noticed that some of the changes that we have requested were placed in that draft. So we are very happy today with the progress with the county and with the city. And we are just grateful for your support, for the support of the Durham community at large. And we look forward to great things coming from this commission. And I'll turn it over to my co-chair. That's what I call her, and let her have any further comments.
Thank you, Elaine, and good morning, everybody. I keep hoping we might get some snowflakes, but I'm not seeing any yet. We'll see what happens today. But yes, happy February, happy Black History Month. And just what Elaine said, you know, we're really, really thrilled to see this come up on the agenda today to really start moving things forward. We did have a conversation with one of the attorneys of the city. Her name was Sophia Hernandez, and she was the attorney we did speak to. I think it was back in August, Elaine. It was summertime, it was hot. And we've just been really thrilled to just watch this go through the motions and really make this commission happen. It was one of our standout recommendations, really beginning early on, that this work continue in perpetuity, that this is not a one-off. And the city and county both have made commitments to keep the work moving forward on racial equity in our city and our county. So we're really grateful for that. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add. We're ready to just leave it to you all to make some of the other finer decisions, but we're just glad to be here, and thanks for inviting us.
Well, we're glad to have you here. You know, we had approximately 600, close to 600 citizens that signed the petition to ask us to forward this part of the Racial Equity Task Force work in creating the task force, creating the Racial Equity Commission. So I want to ask also Quelly if our racial equity officer, if she's here, if she'd like to speak on this issue. Is Quelly here?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Chair Howardson. Can you hear me okay?
I certainly can.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone.
And Joanne Pierce is here as well. So we got a full team here this morning. Go ahead.
Yes. And we're very excited about the momentum to establish this joint Racial Equity Commission for our community. And I think that the work that is being proposed will be well aligned with our plans for the county and thinking about how we continue this discussion on racial equity and justice for our under-resourced communities, and thinking about how we move to operationalize racial equity and think about our own institutional policies and practices that will allow us to apply some of the recommendations that are in the task force report. So we're ready, we're on standby, we're ready to move forward with the recommendations. And I think the establishment of the commission is gonna very much support and help us to move the work ahead. So, and I have very much been working with our general manager, Pierce, and, you know, if there's anything that she'd like to add, I'm sure she'd be able to jump in. And just also for the community to know that I am working in partnership and collaboration with the city's equity officer as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pierce.
Good morning to everyone, to the commissioners. Just want to add that I'm really excited as well regarding the proposed bylaws for the Racial Equity Commission. And just for a little context, we do work, the county, we do work across jurisdictions across North Carolina, and often we're seen as a leader across the country in our racial equity work. That doesn't mean that we're perfect, but that we're striving to advance racial equity using racial equity principles. So I'm really excited about this. This is a major, major step and opportunity for Durham. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? Commissioner Burns.
Hello, Judge O'Neill. Hello, Karen. Karen, congratulations on being the MLK speaker. We'll try to tune in. Yeah, I always appreciate that. One of the things, you know, I'm looking at the recommendations and I know, you know, it looks pretty good. And I just, it is the first day of Black History Month, and Carter G. Woodson did not go to the mat. Nor did, you know, my dad integrate his high school for us to be really silent about one of the major elephants in the rooms that we have. So it says here at the very bottom, it says to uphold government accountability towards achieving racial equity and promoting anti-racism practices. And after last month, because it is the first day's insurrection, we recognize that those practices have to come from the top. And last week we had a lieutenant governor who had no problem saying that he didn't agree with the social studies standards and that there was no such thing as racism in North Carolina. And point of personal privilege, I just applaud Dr. Mbinga and Chair Bettina Umstead, because they are writing a letter of support to DPI about the social studies standards. I hope that's something we can do here, because what we can't have, no matter what color you are, white or Black, we cannot take racism or say that there's no racism, take this out of our social studies books. I say all that to say, you know, to Commissioner Lom, you know, I came to you at one point and I said, in the event that someone was to say something about someone Muslim and I didn't understand it, I would want you to come to me and say, Miss Burns or Commissioner Burns, this was racial. And even if I didn't understand it, I would want you to come to me and say, explain it to me so that you and I could work together cooperatively so it wouldn't happen to another woman, another Muslim while we're in office or after. Commissioner Jacobs, same thing. I don't know what it's like to be Jewish. And I came to you and I said, in the event somebody said something about somebody Jewish and I didn't understand it, I would welcome you coming to me and saying to me, Namshina Burns, this is racial. And I would work hard with you to make sure it didn't happen in my presence anymore, or if it was anti-Semitic, and that it didn't happen to anybody else that came up behind us. Commissioner Carter, I didn't get to talk to you about it, but Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Howerton, I'm just gonna say you all are slightly older than me, maybe 1 or 2 years, give or take. I would hope
just slightly, just a little bit, you know.
And there might be some colorful languages, a language about gender, where a male might say something in a room, and I didn't understand it. And you all would say, oh, well, that was sexist. I would want you all to come to me and say, Commissioner Burns, that was sexist. That's if I didn't understand it. And I want you all to know that this comes from a good place. Commissioner Alam, and I'm dedicated to that, even though we don't always agree on everything. Commissioner Alam, along with the county attorneys, had the opportunity to sit down with myself and our investigator, Mr. Coleman, about the Coleman report. And we went over a laundry list of things, and I appreciate her because we were doing a lot of orientations, and that was just one of the many things we were oriented about, from libraries to sheriffs to. And one of the things that he said, he said, you know what's funny? He said, of the opponents and the proponents of both past commissioners that were currently under investigation, he said, of the opponents of them and the proponents of them, the one thing that they all agreed upon is that, and when I say proponents of people who thought that there were some things that were said that were of the folks. Well, I'll do it this way. I'll say exactly what he said. He said, of the proponents and the opponents of folks in that investigation, the one thing they all agreed on was at times, 2 of the commissioners have said things that were racially and culturally insensitive. That he didn't say that made them racist. He said, but so that is the folks who agreed that there was something wrong, and also the folks who supported you and said that you might have not done something wrong. They all agreed 100% across the board. And this is not people on the outside. This is not Namshina Burns New. This is not somebody outside with a megaphone. These are the individuals and the staffers who intimately work with you on policy, on budgets, who have worked with you for 8 years respectively and 4 years respectively, who support you. And they all agreed on that one single fact, that you all at times are racially and culturally insensitive. What I am saying to you, and that just, and tomorrow what will happen, there will be a laundry line of people who will say, these people are not racial. There will be a litany of people of color who will write letters. Again, we have a lieutenant governor who is as Black as me, who believes that there's no such thing as racism. What I'm saying to you all today is that we have a problem with race, and we need to go forward and work at this thing together. So I'll end with this. If the people that you work with intimately, who both support you and don't support you, agree upon the singular fact that you say things that are racially and culturally insensitive, I want you to recognize that they experience you that way. They experienced you that way, and they are experiencing you this way. So I know that we told the community that we were going to move forward with our racial equity training. I would only ask that you all be open to doing the same thing for me that I am willing to do for you. If it is something you do not understand, allow me and others, because Karen has made that offer in a past county commissioner meeting. I'm asking in the most respectful way I can, when you go into this process, as we go into this training, I need you to reach down deep inside introspectively and say, am I finally willing, not on paper, not with signature, but with action and effort, am I now prepared to do the work that it takes? Because for some reason, the people that I work with feel like I don't understand what they're going through and the public doesn't. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. That's extraordinary. You know, one of the things that I want to say, and then we're going to move on here. You know, I was reading the Booking Institute this morning, and this is from our president. President Biden says, among the first acts in his office last week, President Biden signed an executive order to advance racial equity, declaring that the nation must take a systemic approach to embedding fairness in decision-making processes. So we are right on cue in this conversation. Karen, Elaine, you're right on cue with this. So we thank you for all the work that you and your team has done to have us at this point, at this juncture. Are there other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Burns. I appreciate your comments, and I am dedicated to working towards racial equity with our board and our community. Thank you. Appreciate your comments. And thank you to our staff, Quaylee, Joanne, Elaine, and Karen for all getting us to this next step. And I just have a few questions, more getting down just into some of the specifics. And I think it's really exciting that we are moving forward. More just process kinds of questions. In terms of us working together with the city government, city council, and also just Durham Public Schools. And I just wanted to hear from you, also Elaine and Karen, about your vision and the vision of the task force. Because I know it says here 15 members, and then it talks about one Durham Public School high school student. And I didn't know if, you know, we had talked a little bit when you all presented about Durham Public Schools also really being a full partner in this, because, you know, you have that section of the report about education, and a lot of the recommendations do have to do with education. And I guess I was concerned to only see really one official representative of the schools, and whether we wanted to look at more of a model that we're doing with the Community Wellness and Safety Task Force, where we've got 15 members, but it's 5 city, 5 county, 5 schools appointed. And then also, because you all have included the racial equity officer from the schools as an ex officio member, and then of course the city and the county. So just looking at how we can make this the most effective commission possible. And if a lot of this really does have to do with education in the schools, just thinking about how do we really create that engagement and buy-in from all 3 bodies. So I just wanted to hear, you know, your thoughts about that.
Well, I'll sort of start off, and thank you for the opportunity. When the Racial Equity Task Force was created, when we all got together, the one thing that became really clear really fast was that the folks who had put those 18 members around that table had done a really, really good job in terms of pulling together a cross-section of our community and in that space. Also, I think probably one of the things that we talked about was there was some lack of diversity in terms of class. in that group. You basically had a lot of middle class and professional type people, and so we talked about that. And certainly not every group was represented, every ethnic group, but we felt like that the people who were at the table, whoever had done that process of vetting those applications, had done a fantastic job. So I trust the process of that. You have people in both the city and county who are well able to do that. As to the actual numbers of people, I think from a personal standpoint of view, I would go back to making sure that you have a diversity among class and private citizens, because the bureaucracies, they do play a large role in that. But I do believe with racial equity, there are some invisible voices out there of people who don't get an opportunity to be heard, who are not a part of a bureaucracy. And that's where I see a lot of times we miss the mark, is that we don't include the common everyday person in these kind of conversations, and they tend to run along class lines. So I trust you all to vet that process and keeping those things in mind, but I do not have a particular I don't have a particular opinion about the numbers of people from different bureaucracies over there on that task force. I'm more concerned with making sure the everyday Durham citizen who does not normally have a voice or seat at that table to be able to have several voices there who can speak to that experience.
Okay. Karen, do you have anything, or Joanne, do you have anything on that topic?
It looks like Karen's trying to talk. She may be having some.
Unplug my headphones because I think the microphone's giving me trouble today. Yeah, I just want to thanks Commissioner Jacobs for the question, and to echo what Elaine said, I think what we wound up feeling pretty soon in the process was that we didn't have everybody at the table that we needed to have at the table. And so to echo what Elaine said, our main concern was that this next iteration really reflect Durham's wide diversity, whether it's cultural and linguistic. We didn't have anyone from the disability community. We had a couple of folks who were speaking for the LGBTQ perspective. We want to be sure that we're really being intersectional with this work. So that means paying attention to all of those ways we identify ourselves, knowing that policies are going to affect people differentially, whether it's their gender identity, their race, their class, whether or not they're disabled, what their immigration status is. We actually confess, there's a kind of a confession part to the report where there's holes in it. We had blind spots. We want to sort of make sure that every time we continue this work or bring people into the work, that we're really paying attention to what we were missing, as well as advancing what we already began. Because if you don't have everybody in there, then you wind up potentially harming people rather than helping them. And we want to be sure that that's what's happening. And so I know Elaine and myself and the whole task force, it's such a 17-person effort, all of this work, and Elaine and I get to talk about it, but please know that everybody else is just as invested in everything that we've done and has worked so hard for it. But the idea that bring enough people in who would represent that diversity, who would represent those intersections of everyday life and all of those lived experiences in Durham, but we also needed to incentivize it because Elaine and I, we had to pay for parking when you go downtown. You got to get downtown. You got to, we had asked for some kind of, compensation or stipend, or at least, parking passes, or, we all had the luxury of having a way to get into our meetings. And when they got moved, we could figure out how to get around and move to the meeting. And that's just not happening for people across the city. So that's just sort of the final piece of the puzzle for us, is how do we incentivize people to be at the table who we really need to be at the table right now. I think that's it for me.
Okay, so I guess that really helps to hear that. And I'm, when I look at the membership part of the bylaws, just thinking about, because sometimes in commissions, we have designated slots, like, somebody will be from, LGBT community or disabled community or, a worker, if you want to get at the class issue. So I don't, right now it's very general and it doesn't have that kind of designated position. So it's something to think about if we want to get that detailed. And it does say, 3 city wards would be represented. So I thought, but anyway, just thinking about, because the bylaws are really important, and we want to make sure that we are translating what you all want into something that's actionable. And I guess the reason I brought up the education piece is because if the commission is going to make recommendations that impact education and is going to want the schools to implement them, that's why I raised the issue of whether we want to really try to make it a city, county, schools thing. If there's going to be recommendations that are going to come out that are going to be passed on to the schools, it seems like they should really be engaged with it. And I really like the idea of the, like you mentioned, giving people a stipend. And I guess we just need to look at other boards and commissions that we do that for. I think the Planning Commission, I know we do that for, and maybe we can find out and use that as a model. Joanne, do you know what other, or maybe Lowell knows, or Monica, what boards we currently do that for, and what, if we want to be specific in the bylaws related to that? I don't know.
Vice Chair Jacobs, that was definitely part of the conversation as this draft was being created about which groups already receive a stipend, so that information can be placed in here. And also to your previous point about representation of the commission, I will say that across the country, there aren't very many commissions or councils on race and equity, but the ones that are most effective would have a cross systems approach with different disciplines represented. Of course, education would be included, transportation, also very much to the co-chairs, what the Racial Equity Task Force co-chairs mentioned, that people most impacted by our systems and institutions would be represented and even overrepresented on these groups, so that not only one voice or 2 voices, but that their voice would be overwhelmingly heard. So for instance, could be a person who is aged out of foster care. And that's a critically important information, because they will tell us that systems and institutions don't make very good parents, but that human beings do. And so it's that level of information which really speaks to the Racial Equity Task Force's work, that they realize that there are still other equity issues to be addressed, and much of what a lot of the feedback that was provided to inform this initial draft really spoke to.
And I don't want to take up any more time, but I did have just a lot of kind of I looked back at like the bylaws from the Women's Commission, because it was on our agenda, and then even for the bylaws for the Community Wellness and Safety Task Force. And there were just some other sections that I didn't know, like if Lowell had looked at this yet, but, and then seeing what the city's attorneys have done, just how we kind of bring all that together. But so I have a bunch of other questions. Again, I don't want to take more time that I could just do by email.
Commissioner Jacobs, I'm sure you've got some other questions.
Yeah.
So today we wanted to make sure that the board had an opportunity to preview this, to read this, to ask questions, and then it's going to be shared with the city and the school, like the other one was as well. And so we don't have to get down into the weeds today. We just need to be able to give feedback to Elaine and Corin and the staff that's working on this. Elaine, you have a question?
Just one clarifying comment to Commissioner Jacobs' concerns. One of the main things that we asked as these bylaws were being drafted, we were really clear that we did not want these bylaws to look like any other commission. We were absolutely clear on that this these sets of bylaws should take on a flavor different because this issue is different and it permeates the very foundation of our country. So and it goes so deep that it affects people in their hearts and in their minds and how you operate. And we all come to the table with our own experiences in this matter. So we wanted to be really clear, and we stressed that to the attorneys. Make sure that these bylaws take those things into consideration. So we wanted these bylaws to look different from any other bylaws that you may have. So that may be why you're seeing it look a little different, because we had discussions around this very issue that we wanted to make sure that this stood out. Because this will affect everything. And so we wanted to make sure that it did not follow what we normally do, because this is very new work around the country, and we are out in front, but there were some things that we were pretty clear about, even though we're doing this type of pioneering work, that you had to have a basis that would make for change in a different way. We've been doing the same thing for 400 years. You can't come back. We've got to recreate some new ways of thinking about systemic racism and how it affects those who are closest to the pain. We wanted to make sure that those people were empowered, and that the fluidity, the way that you could structure it would allow for those voices to come forth, because they're normally not heard. So we wanted this to be different. So that's why I think you may see it a little differently.
Corin?
Corin, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to piggyback on Elaine again. I was just thinking the same thing, and just to reiterate, this is pioneering work. Elaine always reminded us of that every single meeting. This is pioneering work. No one has ever been here before. This is absolutely new. This whole multi-government commission is new. Be kind to yourselves in the process. We had the same situation with the task force. You want to do everything. You want to do it right. You want to get it right. But we're all gonna make some mistakes and grow through them. And so be patient with yourselves. But this has never been done before. And we're getting requests to share our work with people in Alaska. There are people who are really looking for this. But ultimately, our objective is that this work drives the work in the city. It's not the afterthought. It's not the tack on. It's not the add-on. It's what's driving the work. Whether it's a Parks and Rec policy or it's something in the health department, whatever we're looking at, that it's driven by principles of racial equity. So, but it is brand new work. Be kind to yourselves. It's an intellectual, puzzle, but we know we'll get there. So thanks.
Thank you, Corin, because one of the things that I don't think any of us are looking for is a Band-Aid. We do too much of that already. We just come up with a new program, put a Band-Aid on stuff, and you know what? You know what happens when you put a Band-Aid on something? Need I say more? Commissioner Burns.
It'll be really quick. One, I did read the 60+ pages. I did see you all on your tour. I'm happy to see you all back. I recognize why we might not have some things here. And why we might not have some things here, you are correct. We oftentimes, very quick. Lolo, get off the phone. One of the things that we often run into, we saw them take Aunt Jemima off the shelf, right?
We're having a little bit of difficulty here.
Can you hear me?
Is that better?
Can you hear me now? Okay, the Lord don't. I will say this: make sure it is not toothless. That's the one thing I would want you all to do. I encourage you all to make sure that it is not a toothless effort, because the victims feel it the same way. And this is not a shot at anybody, but whether you're a victim of racism, perceived racism, whether you're a victim of somebody whistling you or full out sexual assault, the victim feels the cut oftentimes depending upon where you are the same way. So I do not want you all to come up with something toothless. Black Lives Matter, all these other groups are saying stop killing us, and everybody else is just giving them stuff that they're not asking for. That is not what we want you all to do. And I'm gonna jump off and come back in to make sure the sound is better. So.
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Okay, maybe it's just her system. So Joanne, at this point, we pass it over to, we share it with the city and the school. Is that what the next step is?
Chair Howerton, I believe the input from the board, recommendations of, things that they've noticed or feedback is important. And I believe the process that happened with a couple of the other task forces or combined coalitions, it would involve, the bylaws being presented to the other entities, the city council, and also the Board of Education, so that they would have the very same opportunity as you all to receive comment and feedback to enrich the bylaws. So it's not a carte blanche, it's seeking information from you all and then moving forward so that each board would hopefully review and approve.
Do we have any kind of a timeline?
I would have to look through
Madam Chair, can I just share one thought is we're really lucky that next Tuesday we have the joint meeting with the city council. And then the following Tuesday after that, we have a joint meeting with the school board. So this is actually perfect timing that we could put this on the agenda for both of those meetings. I mean, normally we have to wait like 3 months before we have these meetings. So this is actually really, really good timing.
So if Elaine and Karen are available at those meetings, we could see if the agenda is not already packed. And if it's not, then we can see if we can put it on those agendas, and it won't take as long time to circulate around. Does that work?
So okay. Chair Harrington, to your question about timeline, I imagine the end of February to have
okay. It. So I'll check with both the city and the school on our next joint meetings, and see if we can get it on the agenda. Okay. Thank you so much, both of you, Karen, Elaine, for being here this morning, and let's make something happen here. All right. All right, commissioners, now we are, our next discussion item is to introduce our Durham County Transportation Manager, Ellen Beckman, and to begin the process for FY20 Durham County Transit Progress Report. So I'd like to remind you that, commissioners, this is just one item, and we have several more. So this item may take 20 minutes or so. So we've got 3 items. One is for 30 minutes, the other one is for 30 minutes, and one is for 30 minutes. So that's 90, that's not 30, 60, that's over an hour. So govern yourselves accordingly as far as time wise as we go through this item. Thank you. Ellen, if you want to kick us off.
Yeah, thanks. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm Ellen Beckman, the new transportation manager for Durham County. This is my first commissioners meeting as a county employee after working for the city for about 15 years. I'm excited to be here at this pivotal moment for transportation in Durham. We have 3 presentations on today's agenda. They're all interrelated and they're a result of the county's commitment to public transportation improvements through the local option sales tax approved in 2011. I'm joined by colleagues from the Durham Chapel Hill Carrboro Metropolitan Planning Organization, or DCHC MPO, Go Triangle, and consultant staff. So the presentations kind of start off at a high level with the presentation of the annual tax district report from DCHC and Go Triangle staff. I think this item may be able to be shorter than 30 minutes. And then just to give you a broad overview before we on the 3 items, since they're all related. The next presentation will be on the progress on the Durham Transit Plan update, which is the guiding document for how the tax district funds can be spent. So we're updating this plan due to the discontinuation of the light rail project, and it must be approved by the Durham Board of Commissioners, the MPO board, and the Go Triangle board. So that will hopefully be finished and come back later this year for adoption. And then the last presentation is of the status of the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Transit Project. So this is a specific project that is funded from the current Durham Transit Plan. And we are coordinating on a preliminary study of this project with regional partners to better determine the costs, benefits, risk factors before deciding to continue project development. So just throughout these presentations, I want to emphasize the importance of 3 issues for Durham County. First is the importance of the transit plan. There's a lot of funding potentially on the table, and we don't update this plan very often. We need to make sure we have a plan that addresses all or most of the county's transit needs over the next 20 years and is also resilient and flexible to adapt to future conditions. Second thing I want to emphasize is to start thinking about how we can improve the oversight and accountability structures of administering the plan. There's an implementation agreement between the 3 partners that outlines the roles and responsibilities of each agency. And the old agreement is very much oriented towards the Durham Orange Light Rail project. So we need to redo it, and it's an opportunity to redefine the role of everyone and how we provide better oversight, and look at the role that the county wants to play in the ongoing oversight and accountability related to the plan. And then lastly, it's an opportunity right now to build trust with residents on transit. You know, the light rail was a major setback. I think we all want to learn from that experience and make sure we have a plan that is implementable, that it can demonstrate quick progress, and is rooted in equitable engagement to deliver projects that benefit all of Durham County. So with that intro, here's the first presentation. I will introduce Erin Kane, Planning Manager from the DCHC MPO, and Jennifer Hayden, Go Triangle Assistant Director of Finance and Administration.
Good morning. Thank you. This is Jennifer. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
We can hear you, Jennifer.
Thank you. Erin's going to start.
Hey, this is Erin Kane with the Durham Chapel Hill Carrboro MPO. Go ahead and advance to the next slide, please. So in my role with the MPO, part of what I do is work as the staff working group administrator. This is the staff working group is staff from the MPO, the county, in particular Ellen, and Go Triangle, and we review financials and we review potential projects that will be approved every year as part of implementation of the transit plan. In addition to that, we also work with Go Triangle finance staff in putting together the reports on what we accomplished in the previous year, for us on what we actually were able to get done, and from Go Triangle on the financial report. So if you go ahead and go to the next slide. So I just wanted to give you an update, a quick update on some of the things we were able to accomplish last year in Durham County, even though we had some things kind of turned around on us with the discontinuation of light rail in 2019. So the first is that we were able to get 20 bus stop improvements done, and designed another 50 that we are constructing in this fiscal year. This has been a major issue and a major push that we've heard from our residents, from our transit riders, is to improve the infrastructure that we have, make things safer, make things cleaner, make things simply nicer, and improve the riders' experience. And another thing that we were able to accomplish this year is constructing the bus-only lane on Renaissance Parkway. This was over many discussions with the South Point Shopping Center, making sure that we had an appropriate place for buses to be able to maneuver as easily as possible, and also, again, improve the transit rider experience. And in addition to that, we purchased 7 buses, 2 of which are electric, and especially I know Go Durham is looking to expand its electric fleet and reduce its emissions impact on Durham. Next slide, please. Okay. In addition to those capital expenditures, we had some improvements with operations, reducing the peak hour headways on the DRX, which is direct service from Durham to Raleigh, to 15 minutes from half an hour. In addition to reducing daytime headways on several Go Durham routes, and also reducing headways on several Go Durham routes on weekends and evenings. We also initiated phase 2 of the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail project. You're going to hear about that in just a little bit. In addition, we are working on a relocation of the Regional Transportation Center, which is currently adjacent to the Go Triangle offices, but we want to move that closer to I-40, closer to the center of RTP, and closer to major jobs that we have in that area. Next slide, please. And now I'll turn it over to Jennifer to talk about financials.
Thank you, Aaron. Good morning, everybody. The projects that Aaron just talked about that were completed had to be funded, and so that's going to be my part of the presentation. So in fiscal year 2020, we received $34.9 million in total revenue. The bulk of that was $30 million from the half-cent sales tax. And then the $7 vehicle registration tax was $1.6 million. Other revenue is $1.2 million. It doesn't include any federal and state grants, but it does include investment income. And then there's $1.16 million for vehicle rental tax, and then $688,000 from the $3 vehicle registration tax. So all of those combined equal the $34.9 million. If you could move to the next slide, please. And this is how that $34.9 million was spent. And the very largest piece is the allocation to the Durham Transit Tax Fund balance. And so of the dollars that were collected, almost $26 million went to the fund balance to use for future capital projects that are in the transit plan. But the other dollars that were spent, the bulk of it was $4.8 million for transit services. That is the regular operating expenses for the bus operations. And then, so those are basically the ones on the bottom. The far left on the bottom is the transit administration. That does cover a great deal of the costs for the staffing, support, planning, and execution of all of the projects and transit service operations. Going back to the top, we did spend $78,000 in capital planning, $316,000 toward the commuter rail transit project, $515,000 were spent towards the vehicle acquisition. There was still $759,000 for the light rail closeout. There's certain real estate type contracts that need to be completed related to the light rail. And we are getting very close to the end of that. And then the very last piece is $1.2 million in bus infrastructure, which of course relates back to those bus stop developments, the separate lane, et cetera, that Aaron had mentioned. And so that is a summation of where we ended our fiscal year 2020. Did you have any questions for us?
I have one, and you don't have to give it to me today, but I'd like to have a itemized report on the light rail closeout. So if you could just give it to me at another time, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Wendy, Commissioner Jacobs, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that the presentation went into detail about the investments that we have made in Go Durham and Go Triangle, because I just want to ask that if the AAF could also reflect those, because depending on what part the public reads, the AAF really only mentions the contributions to the access, the Go Durham access, but we've contributed, as you know, Aaron, you noted, to all these bus stops. We spent over $4 million on buses, and the truth of the matter is, it's basically over $7 million that we have invested in Go Durham. So I just think it's important that the community knows the investments that we've made. So the other thing is, it's shocking how expensive a bus stop is. Aaron, if you could just talk about that. I know it's something like $30,000 to build one bus stop. Is that correct?
It's about that. And depending on what the amenities are going to be at the bus stop, and including the design, engineering, and so forth, it varies quite widely. If you have a nice flat location where you already have all of the land that you need to do the bus stop improvements, then it's going to be less. But if you're talking about a location where you've got a significant slope, you don't already have a sidewalk going to the location, you have to purchase some land in order to be able to locate the shelter. It gets a lot more expensive. So $30,000 would be around about an average, but again, it varies quite greatly.
So, okay, well, it's just, unfortunately, I know that folks get frustrated. We need so many bus stops, but I'm really proud of what we have gotten accomplished. That's a lot, and that we're doing 50 more. And also, I know that the way Go Triangle staff have broken it down to really have a lot of MWBE participation, really breaking down the contracts. So I just wanted to highlight that that's some of the really good work that's happened. So if we could just make sure it gets included in all of the documents around what we've been doing.
Sure.
Thank you.
Other questions? If no other questions, commissioners, we can move on to item 2. This is item 0013. And it's the board is requested to receive an update on the development of the Durham County Transit Plan from Durham Chapel Hill Carborough Metropolitan Planning Organization.
You're getting me again.
I'm
whether you like
getting
it or
you
not.
in. Okay, great. Thank you.
But I'm not alone on this one. I have several colleagues with me here today to help present this item, including Brooke Ganser from the Durham City County Planning Department, Ideal Ortiz with Idealisms, who's doing a lot of our engagement work with us, as well as Mary Kate Marukian from Kimley Horn, who is our lead consultant on this project. So we're gonna give what is hopefully a brief but comprehensive update as to where we stand right now with development of the new transit plan. Go ahead, next slide, please. And first off, though, before we get into that, I want to make sure that all of the commissioners are up to date as to how we got where we are right now. So going back a decade, back in 2010, the General Assembly authorized Durham, Wake, and Orange counties to enact a half-cent sales tax for transit. And this was contingent upon the counties developing a plan for how that money is going to be spent, the commissioners authorizing a referendum, and then the residents approving that referendum. Next slide, please. Well, we were able to put together pretty quickly a bus and rail investment plan that was adopted by the commissioners in 2011, and the commissioners also agreed to put that on the ballot for a referendum in 2011, and the Durham County passed it overwhelmingly by about 60-40. However, there was a stipulation put in that we would not start collecting the revenue until one of our partner counties, either Wake or Orange, also approved the tax, so that we would have a regional partner with which to do this transit. Orange passed their referendum in 2012, so we began collecting the revenue in 2013. Next slide, please. Since Wake was not as advanced in its transit planning and wasn't ready yet to pass a sales tax referendum, Durham County partnered with Orange to develop the Durham Orange Light Rail Transit Project, going from NCCU to UNC and passing many major locations in Durham and Orange counties. In 2017, though, in order to make sure that we had all of our finances correct and up to date with the Federal Transit Authority, we approved a new Durham Transit Plan that detailed very, very much how we are going to finance the project. However, not everything worked out, and in 2019, we discontinued the Durham Orange Light Rail project. With that discontinuation, and since so much of the current transit plan is focused on making sure we can fund and support and operate the Durham Orange Light Rail plan, it was decided we need a new. Next slide, please. So that's what we've been working on for the last year or so. Late 2019, staff started putting together a framework for how we would move forward. We hired Kimley Horn in May of 2020, along with their subs, Nelson Nygaard, Pritchett Steinbeck, and Ideal Ortiz, to help us put together the plan. DCHC MPO is managing that contract, but this is a truly collaborative effort. It involves us, Go Triangle, the city, the county, Triangle J Council of Governments. We're trying to use a full, all of our resources and everybody together to put together a plan that will work for everybody. Next slide, please. Just to give you a little bit of briefing as to how our staff team is structured, going from right to left. We do have an executive team that on the staff level that provides oversight. This includes several department heads, Catherine Eggleston, who's the Chief Development Officer at Go Triangle, as well as my boss, Felix Nwoko. Drew Cummings was originally on the team, but I believe, Ellen, you're going to be taking Drew's spot on the executive team as the newly hired county transportation manager. We then have two staff committees that meet at least monthly, if not more often if need be. One focused on outreach, making sure that we follow the city's equitable engagement plan. And then a technical committee, which helps us out with various technical aspects and financial aspects, making sure that the plan is solid moving forward. We then also have a core technical team. This is a smaller group of people from Go Triangle, the city, the county, including planning and the MPO and TJ Cog, that gets together to talk about some more detailed aspects of the technical side of putting the plan together. Next slide, please. So just to let you know where we are, we've completed our goals and objectives. We've completed our existing conditions analysis. We're just putting the final touches on those things, and we're hoping to be able to release them to the public this week. And we are firmly into our scenario planning. This was mentioned before in Eric Landfried's comments at the very beginning of the meeting, where we're going to be putting out 3 potential scenarios to the public and going to be asking for feedback on those. Our goal is to have that out towards the middle to end of this month. We have our final staff workshop on the scenario planning this Wednesday, and hopefully a couple of weeks after that, we'll have something put together that we can get out to the public. After this, we'll be doing our scenario evaluation once we get the public feedback from those 3 scenarios and putting together a preferred scenario that we look to get out to the public this May to get final comments on that. We'll make some edits and some changes and then come to all 3 boards. As was mentioned earlier, that what Ellen mentioned in the interlocal agreement, by that agreement, 3 boards need to approve the final plan. That would be the County Board of Commissioners, the Go Triangle Board of Trustees, and the DCHC MPO Board. And we hope to be able to do that late summer or fall. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to turn it over to Brooke Ganser, and Ideal Ortiz, who are going to talk about our outreach efforts that we did this fall regarding our goals and objectives.
Thanks, Aaron. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this outreach phase has been focused on confirming what we heard from community members during the listening and learning workshops, our online surveys, our engagement ambassador sessions, which occurred last fall and winter. So during this phase, our team has gathered community feedback through an online survey, virtual stakeholder meetings, in-person tabling events, which occurred at the Durham Station, the Regional Transit Center, along with the Village. Also, we've been using engagement ambassadors, which Ideal will talk about in just a minute. Next slide, please. So here is a high-level summary of who we heard from with the online survey. So overall, there were 673 respondents, with approximately half noting they are current transit riders. Respondents, as you can see, tended to be wealthier and whiter, which we expected these statistics to be for this survey. Next slide, please. Here are some key highlights that we heard from folks taking the online survey. There was a preference for commuter rail, local bus, and bus rapid transit. Frequency, coverage, and more direct service were the most important in terms of convenience, while improving stops and adding more sidewalks and crosswalks were most important for improving access. And just to note, the survey was available online and printed at our 6 tabling events between early November and mid-December. Next slide, please. So during this time period, we also met with 17 groups in Durham, including NCCU, Duke, Durham Tech, Bike Durham, along with Downtown Durham Inc. During these meetings, we provided a quick overview and update on the plan and also asked questions similar to those asked in the survey. Next slide, please. So here is a summary of what we heard from the groups. We heard we need to invest in full access to the system, focus on travel routes to key destinations, better coordinate bus schedules with student schedules, increase frequency, improve paratransit, provide longer and later service hours, make regional connections easier, along with many more other suggestions. And so now I'm going to hand it over to Ideal, who will walk us through our engagement ambassador efforts. And next slide, please.
Good morning, everybody. So wanting to share about the efforts with engagement ambassadors, you've probably heard this term before as it relates to the work that was being done to get down to the real ground and grassroots efforts of engaging community for the comprehensive plan. And so leaning on those previous efforts, we wanted to make sure that we brought those folks along into the process and reached out to previous engagement ambassadors, as well as continue to recruit new ones, specifically for the transit plan update. Our targeted recruitment strategy was making sure that the folks we recruited were from or had already networks and inroads into underrepresented communities, communities that don't always show up for online surveys or community meetings regarding things like comp plans and transit plans. So those include things like communities of color, people who are Spanish speakers, younger people, or lower income folks, and of course, unincorporated parts of the county. We do have a compensation structure for those who come into the program, not just for participating, but also for their orientation. And we really wanted to see more than half the comments coming from the ambassadors, but we were pivoting them from a model that had previously been an in-person model. And obviously with the pandemic, we needed to reroute everything to make sure that they could do this feedback and data collection in a way that was safe and kept everyone at home so that we could respect the guidelines for the COVID-19 safety practices. Next slide. So as I said, our recruitment was from these directly underrepresented communities. And so you either had to be a member of that community and or had inroads into these communities. And so we purposely screened for that in the application process. And once that was done, we were able to get 36 ambassadors that were fully recruited and trained. So there was orientation for everyone. And from there, they went and used the materials to go forth into the community. The workshops for their orientation started early November. So we had quite a few holidays to contend with in the middle of all of this as well. And so I just also want to make a special note here to say that all of our engagement materials were in English and in Spanish. And we continue, even beyond recruitment and orientation, to constantly connect with the Spanish-speaking community here in Durham, because we know that that is an important portion of our community to make sure gets this message. Next slide. And so here's what we got from that first round, right? Taking all of this information and putting it online and doing all of these engagement efforts virtually, we were able to get 174 responses. And as you can see here in terms of the demographics, how different it was from the previous and original online survey. So 70% as opposed to 50% are transit users. Also in this particular data set, well over 50% of our respondents make less than the median income in Durham. We think that's really important for us to hear from that part of the population. And as you can see here, between the race and ethnicity data, well over 75% of our respondents were people of color, with the overwhelming majority being African Americans in our county. And so I'm really proud of our engagement ambassadors actually trusting us with their networks to be ambassadors for the message, the messages around transit that we need to understand their feelings about. And so next slide. What they told us is that for them, paratransit is their top choice for transportation projects. And then also, much like the first set of data from the larger general survey, is that sidewalks and crosswalks near bus stops and more comfortable bus stops were really important for them for access. They also did make special mention of stroller and wheelchair access. A lot of families that need to get on and off the bus, that's not quite comfortable right now, and also that there's policy issues with that. But this is a word cloud here. There was an answer, because we understand that sometimes asking people to choose among projects on a list and tell us about their importance to us is important, right? But we also need to hear things that we may not be able to catch in simple questions. And so we did ask them if there were two that could improve experience, and those would be. And that you can see there, the largest word was E, and that they wanted more routes. Next slide.
Okay, so here are some overall highlights that we found after all of our engagement efforts. There was a universal interest in 15-minute service, improved stops, sidewalk access, crosstown service, and better access to jobs. And as Ideal was just mentioning, engagement ambassadors specifically prioritize paratransit over commuter rail, also street maintenance, road quality, stroller and wheelchair access, along with late night service was of really high importance. Next slide, please. Okay, so here you can see the similarities and differences among common themes that were mentioned in our open response comments across all outreach methods. Again, all this data will be used in creating our transit scenarios. And now I'm going to hand it over to Aaron, who's going to talk about our technical analysis.
Go ahead, next slide, please. Okay, and next slide, thank you. So I will talk briefly about just giving you a sense of some of the technical things that we're looking at that we are combining with our outreach to help put together the 3 scenarios that we'll be taking out to the public. The first one is our universal projects. And one thing we've done is we've looked at all the plans. And those of you who have experience with the MPO board or the Go Triangle board know that we do a lot of planning to be able to put our, put things on the ground for our residents. So we have several things: the comprehensive transportation plan, metropolitan transportation plan, transportation improvement plan, as well as several other smaller, more focused plans. We looked at all of those, came up with, okay, what are all the projects that have been identified that we might want to include in our eventual preferred scenario that we use to develop the final version of the Durham Transit Plan. Of course, we'll only be able to afford some of those, and so we're using this process to identify which of those, and maybe even some that we haven't thought of before, make it into that final version. Next slide, please. We're also coordinating with other plans. One of the things that we've heard from many folks, especially elected officials, is making sure that we are looking at regional connections. We want good connections to Wake County and job opportunities over in, say, Cary or Raleigh, as well as access to jobs over in Orange County, particularly Chapel Hill and UNC. So we're working with the Orange County. They are currently updating their transit plans. So we're making sure to be connected with them and understand where they are and what projects they're looking at. Wake is in the final stages of updating its Wake Vision Plan. And so we're working with them and coordinating with that as well. We also have the commuter rail transit, the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Project, which is coming up after this presentation. You'll learn more about that. We're coordinating with that project and making sure that we have scenarios that include that project as one of the possibilities. And finally, the Durham City County Planning Department is updating the comprehensive plan for the city and county, and we want to make sure that the policies that are in the comprehensive plan are consistent with what we have in the transit plan. Next slide, please. So several things that we're looking at in terms of technical aspects and data sources. One thing we're looking at is transit propensity and demand. We want to make sure that whatever improvements we make to transit in Durham go to places where they're most likely going to be needed most. So transit propensity is one thing we're looking at, which is basically a scoring of a combination of several data sources, such as population density, income, zero-car households, and so forth, putting that into a composite score that tells us what is the likelihood that this community or this area or this neighborhood is going to use transit, and that helps guide us as to where those things might be needed most. We also want to look at things like employment density, not just where people live, but where are people trying to get to? Where are the jobs or the shopping or other places that they need to get to? We want to make sure those areas are served as well. Next slide, please. In addition, we want to make sure we're serving those who are in affordable housing, whether that be naturally occurring for affordable housing, which you see in purple, or legally binding affordable housing, which you see in that dark blue color. We want to make sure we're addressing those areas and making sure that they are served with as high a quality of transit as we can provide. Next slide. One thing that came out in our public outreach was bus stop accessibility. It doesn't do great to have a nice, shiny new bus stop if there's not a good sidewalk, if there's not safe bicycle access, other ways to get to it, and not assuming that people are going to, say, drive to a transit stop. So we want to make sure that we can provide a safe way to get to the bus stop, not just safe, but also ADA compliant. Next slide, please. And then finally, pedestrian safety. We want to make it not just accessible, but safely accessible. So one thing we've done is we've looked at crashes involving pedestrians for the last 3 years, looked at which of those were in proximity to bus stops, and then looked at those bus stops and said, okay, do these not have a crosswalk? Do these not have a sidewalk? Do these not have, what are some safety things that we could put in? And we're incorporating that into the plan as well. Next slide, please. And then finally, another one that we're looking at are regional connections. This is a graphic from the Regional Connections Report that was published by Orange County as part of their transit plan process. And what you see here is connections between Chapel Hill and Duke into Central Durham is a major regional connection for them. We'll be looking at that as well. In addition to that, the 54 corridor to South Durham is important, as well as, though less important, it does have some potential, the Hillsborough to Central Durham connection. So we're looking at that. As I mentioned before, we're also looking at the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Study and spot submissions. Those of you who are going to be in the orientation for the MPO next week, I'll talk about that more, but that's a way for us to try to get state and federal funding for our transit projects. So we're looking at all of those as potential regional connections. Next slide, please. So what are we doing now? We're taking our needs and gaps analysis that was done this fall, putting that together with our outreach results and putting that into, as I mentioned before, 3 potential scenarios that will go out to the public. Next slide, please. And those scenarios basically consist of 4 major criteria. We're looking at the existing conditions, what are we serving now? What are our gaps? We're doing the data analysis to basically identify where we have, again, gaps in our system. We're getting public input, getting from them what are the improvements that they see needs to be made, and then combining that with our goals and objectives that went through public input this past fall. What do we want to make sure that we achieve by the end of this plan in 2040? Next slide, please. So finally, just to finish up, a reminder as to where we are. We're in the middle of our transit scenario planning right now. We'll have that released in about 2 to 3 weeks to the public, and then go through an evaluation based on that public input to come up with a preferred solution or a preferred scenario this spring, late this spring. With that, I will open it up to any questions.
Commissioners, are there questions, or would you like for the other presentations to be done, and then you can ask all of your questions at one time?
I don't know if somebody has to drop off. I did want to just throw something out, Commissioner Howerton, because I didn't know. One, Aaron, you probably will be on for the next one, so
I'll be around for the next one.
I'll be here.
I'm
here all week. It's Vegas. I'm here all week. And so one of the things to Idea, to everyone else on the call, I just want to say thank you so much for the methodology that you all deploy to do this. For anybody who remembers when there were outreach initiatives done in the past, she'll probably get me for this. Before she was Senator Natalie Murdoch, she was a coordinator for Go Triangle. And if anybody remembers this, she beat the pavement between Raleigh, Durham, and Orange County at night to do these outreach meetings. And I remember, how many people would show up at RWCA or the Durham Committee or out in RTP. And I'm saying all that to say, when you look when you do a comparison or you look at the juxtaposition between the online survey and what IDEA was able to do with the ambassadors, you do see, I mean, somebody pointed it out at the planning department, that those who did the survey, it was 70% white and wealthy. Now, that is not to take a knock to anybody who is white and wealthy, but what we know is that ridership does not consist of individuals who tend to be white or wealthy. And I can remember years back, I talked to one of the Go Triangle board members, Valerie Jordan, and the question was posed during the meeting. She says, raise your hand if you have ever had to ride the bus out of necessity. And I'm not talking about for a photo op. The only people who could raise their hands in the affirmative were Mayor Schul and Valerie Jordan. Nobody else on that board has said that they could ride the bus out of necessity. And so for me, I just want to say thank you to these individuals. This presentation answered a lot of questions for me. I'm happy that you pointed out to us that was not just a picture, but it was a word cloud. So that infographic let me know these are things that people want. These are things that people are looking out for. A lot of the plot and the heat maps. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but it helps me understand what it is that individuals want. And I also want folks to just look at that difference in survey and recognize, even though we're not talking about our schools, the difference between those surveys, that is how our children are suffering in schools. Some people have internet access, some people don't. Some people can work from home, some people cannot. So just that big difference in how people could answer a survey. I also want the county to take note, there are other projects that we're working on. DSS Maine, there are projects that we're looking at right now where we have surveys out. I think the one for DSS Maine came off on Friday. Really take the time to look at who we are getting to answer these surveys and just think about today and the snapshot of how there were two very different approaches and how the audiences were very different. So I'm just happy that you all were able to illustrate that sometimes we have to employ different methodologies for this very different city that we live in, especially as we endeavor to serve all 330,000. So that was what I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. You know, there have been questions that I've had for years around the racial makeup of the reports. And I am so pleased to see the work that IDEAL and the rest of you guys are doing right now, because I had some real concerns the way transit was doing the work. And this is totally different than what was happening then. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing and putting into this. If there are no other questions, we'll have, you have a question, Commissioner Carter?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair Howerton. You know, I just want to, first of all, I thought Commissioner Burns' comments were really spot on, and I really appreciate the way in which you presented those. And then I also just wanted to really thank all of the different staff members who've been working on this transit plan. You know, as it was pointed out, we really had to shift gears away from the Durham Orange Light Rail Transit Project. And I feel like you all done a really good job of putting the structure of how you're meeting and working together in place. And, you know, the way the planning is going it seems very strong and positive. I want to thank IDEAL and you know, just this community engagement, the greater robustness of it, and what feels very substantive engagement in the same vein as what we're doing with the comprehensive plan. I'm just really grateful to see that, and I am glad to hear it's being driven by the city's equitable engagement plan, which the county doesn't have our own, you know, but we can use the cities, and that's really good. When I look at the results from the community engagement ambassadors versus the online survey, it does highlight what I feel is this internal dilemma that I'm struggling with, and that is, how are we going to prioritize the spending of our transit tax dollars to try to meet, you know, both our regional connectivity goals and our local transit goals? I feel like they're competing with one another. I hope we can do it all. I hope we can do both. And so I'm really eager to see the scenarios, and am just wondering, you know, what guiding principles are you all using as you develop these scenarios? Do you already have the goals and objectives with the metrics, and you're using that as you sort of develop a scoring rubric to come up with the 3 scenarios? Anyway, yeah, I guess that's my question.
Yeah, so we do have a set of goals and objectives. They are kind of more broad. I wouldn't say they necessarily direct us to exactly what the preferred scenario should be. So we do have that. We should be able to release that in the next few days. Again, we're always tweaking things and making sure we've got it right before we go public. I will say, what I think I can say is that we very broadly, we have 3 different ways of going about doing the transit plan. And when I say what these scenarios are, understand that the preferred scenario will not be one of those 3. It will most likely be a combination of those. And we're just simply calling them scenarios A, B, and C right now. And and Mary Kate's here, so she can correct me when I get something wrong. But scenario A is basically local bus. We're going whole hog on local bus in terms of longer hours, shorter headways, more infrastructure improvements for local bus. That's one way. Scenario B would be we're doing some local bus improvements, but then we're also going to do more regional route improvements. This might be a BRT to bus rapid transit to Chapel Hill, better connections to Hillsborough, better bus connections to Raleigh, and so forth. And then scenario C is where we have the commuter rail system going from West Durham to Garner and potentially Johnston County, opening up affordable rapid transit to Wake County destinations for jobs. But of course that limits the amount of local bus improvements we can do. We can still afford to do some, but it won't be as much as in, say, scenario A. So those are very broadly what the differences are. Like I said, I think the preferred scenario we come out with in the spring will be a mix of those 3, but we wanted to make sure that the 3 scenarios were different enough so people could quickly see kind of the choices that are going to need to be made. And can we afford all of those? No, we cannot. We're going to need to make some choices. Mary Kate, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
No, that was great. And I will say that these, the way we're envisioning these scenarios is, Commissioner Jacobs, I think you mentioned this earlier, there's a lot of good planning work and good improvements that are already planned that are included from the 2017 transit plan. So some of those are still moving forward. A lot of good work has already gone into identifying some of those necessary improvements. So this would be in addition to that. And yes, so a lot of based on public outreach and what we got from our data analysis, very targeted improvements to the local network, expanding span where appropriate, frequency improvements, as Erin mentioned. So just building on that.
Thanks, that's helpful. And I think it would also be helpful if, when the scenarios are brought forward, if there is any more information about, what lies along the commuter rail route. I honestly just sort of think of that as the commuter rail transit, and this is very simple-minded thought process around it, but that's what I have. Is that it's a way to get people who live in Raleigh and work in Durham, over here, and vice versa. And that will get a lot of people out of cars, which is what we want our transit plan to do. But it would be great if there's any sort of information about affordable housing along the commuter rail, or low income. Where are the employment centers? All those destinations that you mentioned, Erin, employment density as well as just destination density. you know, a better, it's almost, I feel sort of like a better case needs to be made for commuter rail if we're going to end up supporting that with the current level of funding it feels like it would take. So anyway, just, yeah.
Yeah, we can certainly look to incorporate those things in our outreach when we do that. And I see Jay and Elise are here regarding the commuter rail study. And so if you have any, you're going to get that presentation. I'm going to hold off on discussing those particulars, but I can tell you that, yes, we do have information about affordable housing, about job access, and so forth. That would be those benefits that would come from the CRT line. So we'll work with Go Triangle to have that information as part of our outreach.
And I'll say, Commissioner Carter, that we are working with the technical team, helping with the scenario planning work to develop evaluation metrics that will make it very clear and very concise, the different benefits, pros and cons, trade-offs with each scenario. So some of the consistent goals that we're trying to achieve across all of the scenarios are workforce development, job access, that kinds of things like that, equitable provision of services, so that those are goals that are carried through in each scenario. So commuter rail, we want to make sure that we're not just, suggesting commuter rail for commuter rail's sake, but what is this achieving? What is this helping to? What benefits is this bringing to Durham County residents? So absolutely, we'll be making sure that that's very clear in public outreach so that folks understand with scenario A, a local network improvement, or in scenario B, an investment in high capacity bus rapid transit to Chapel Hill or whatever it is. What does that mean? What are the benefits? How many more jobs are we getting access to? How many more low income households have access to transit that didn't before? Those kinds of things. So yeah, that's a great point, and we'll make sure that that's very clear.
Thank you. And just, I do think it's really important that we figure out what we're doing instead of DOLRT, but along that same corridor, since that we were clearly invested in that, we still need to have a remedy there. And so I know that's all part of this mix, but thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the regard that you just mentioned as related to transit and the needs for the triangle, we are a growing community. Aaron, that might be a question for you, I'm not sure. In reading the material, one of the things that I didn't see mentioned anywhere was the business community. Where is the business community in as related to the job creation and what's happening?
In terms of the transit plan, we did have conversations with Durham Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Durham Inc. We did do some other outreach to other business organizations. We haven't been able to hook up with them yet. We also were able to have conversations with Durham Tech, NCCU, and Duke to make sure that we understood their needs and their priorities in moving forward. So we are trying to accommodate those as much as we can through the transit plan. Also understanding, where are the major employment centers and how do we connect to those, including places, not just within the city, but places like Trayburn, RTP, and so forth. Those all need to be in the mix. So we're well aware of those.
Okay, I just didn't see anything in the write-up about it. I just, okay. Yeah, so thank you. Clarifying that for me. And I look forward to seeing you and getting more information on our planned work day. Commissioner Jacobs, and then we are going to need to move on to the next presentation. If you have a quick question.
Yes, and I want to thank everybody for the great work as well. I think it would be helpful for us to also know the revenue projections out, because this plan is supposed to be us thinking about the next 20 years. I think we need to also have everything we need to think that way. So one of the things that would be helpful is, it's mentioned this is, thinking about $1 billion worth of funding. So having our information about those revenue projections over the next 20 years for the transit tax and the other vehicle registration, all the other fees. The other thing is, I think it's important that we have information about the city's transportation funding because, you know, essentially the city is responsible for transportation funding within, I mean, they're the main entity that is responsible for transportation in their budget in terms of the city, the services within the city of Durham. So us knowing, you know, what is their current budget, what are they spending on? Because frankly, we're supporting, we provide extra support to the city's budget. And I think it's important for us to remember that the Durham County Transit Plan has always been not just about, it's been about us having a bigger picture about our entire region. As Chair Howerton mentioned, we're a region. And so, you know, just we've always been beyond just the city of Durham, and it's how do we connect as a region. So I think we need to understand what is the city spending and how do we fit into that. And then also, I'm just wondering about other innovative approaches besides the 3 scenarios that you laid out, Aaron. You know, we know that, for instance, getting folks from, you know, something came up earlier about Oxford Manor, and in one of the comments we heard. I mean, what about maybe some of our solutions are shuttle buses? Maybe some of them are on demand. I've heard folks from Step Up talking about how, you know, the buses don't run at the times that folks who work, you know, 24 hours a day. Well, maybe we don't necessarily need a bus at 2 a.m, but maybe we could look at on demand and paying for people's Uber or Lyft. So, you know, I just wonder about what are solutions, innovative solutions to some of the getting people to their jobs or the last mile connection that we could also be looking at.
Commissioner Jacobs, the time is up, has passed for this item. We need to move to the next item. And maybe you can ask that question at the next item, but we need to move to the next item. Item 210021 is the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Project. An update presentation. We got Ellen back again. You want to get with that one?
Well, I just, Go Triangle will be presenting this item. So I will introduce Jay Hikus. I think he's kicking it off, and he has a few other partners with him and consultants. So.
Thank you, Ellen, and thank you, Chair Howerton. Jay Hikus, Senior Transportation Planner with Go Triangle. I will be providing a brief update on the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Study Update. And then the bulk of this presentation, I'll turn it over to Liz Raskoff, our Public Engagement Supervisor, as well as Elise Thielen from our consulting team to cover our Phase 1 engagement effort, as well as the results of that effort. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, this is a feasibility study for the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Study. This map shows the planned regional investments across Orange, Durham, and Wake counties. Those are things that are included in the current version of our transit plans, as well as our long-range 2045 Metropolitan Transportation Plan, which is a part of the DCHC MPO's work, which you heard Aaron mention earlier. There's an upcoming briefing on their work. This map is just intended to show those regional connections that are supported by the transit plans. Green shows bus, yellow shows the currently planned bus rapid transit lines. But as we just heard, there's a great team, which Go Triangle is a participant, of course, county and city are participants, working on the update to the transit plans. We may see more of these yellow lines in the future. And then purple is the commuter rail line, connecting West Durham, Durham, Research Triangle Park with destinations in Wake County. As Aaron mentioned in his presentation, this is sort of the vision that was achieved and passed by voters as part of the 2011 Transit Plan referendum in Durham County that supports the half-cent sales tax as well as other local funding sources. This was also voted on by Orange County in 2012 and Wake County in 2016. Each county adopted their own transit plan. This is really a compilation showing the connections in those three. One thing I wanted to speak to about the commuter rail is it was included in that 2011 plan, as well as a subsequent update in 2017. Following Wake County's passage of the half-cent sales tax in 2016, that's when preliminary studies began on the commuter rail, first with a major investment study that occurred in 2018 and 2019, as well as a earlier phase of this feasibility study that occurred for much of last year. Next slide, please. The current study is funded primarily by the Durham and Wake County transit plans. Wake County, being the larger county, has the larger funding share. The study is about $9 million. Johnston County has also made a contribution to understand the potential to extend the commuter rail line further into Johnston County. Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, as well as its sister organization here in Durham, the Durham Chapel Hill Carborough Metropolitan Planning Organization, are also members of the technical study team. Go Triangle is the project sponsor. We are coordinating the study work, but this is really on behalf of the county transit plans. So while Go Triangle is coordinating the work, we are not necessarily the leaders or directors of it. It is on behalf of the current versions of those county transit plans. NCDOT, in particular the rail division, as well as the North Carolina Railroad Company, who owns the railroad tracks and the corridor, are also part of the study team. Next slide, please. This shows a zoomed in map of the corridor. The line runs from West Durham near Duke and VA hospitals. This map shows potential station locations. There's coordination work and further study that we're doing as a part of our current effort to shore up these station locations. So right now these are preliminary. But with that in mind, again, there's a station there in West Durham. There's a station in downtown Durham, which is intended to connect directly to the existing Durham station bus transfer area where all of the Go Durham and several Go Triangle bus routes come in for transfers, as well as a station in East Durham near North Carolina Central and Durham Tech, a station at Ellis Road, as well as a station in RTP. The line then continues on into Wake County, serving job centers in Cary, North Carolina State University, as well as downtown Raleigh, before extending on out to Clayton. Wanted to note that not only does this corridor parallel some of the busiest roadways in our region, such as 147 and I-40. I'm sure many of the folks on this call have either been stuck on a bus or in a car in that congestion. This line also connects many of our regional job centers and our downtown and downtown-like places. So in some ways, it's very unique for a commuter rail system in that we're really connecting 4 of our existing downtowns and universities, and also connecting to places like downtown Cary, as well as RTP, that have a much more dense mixed use transit supportive vision for their areas in the future. Last thing I want to touch on this slide is that a primary outcome of our current phase of study is to reach a regional consensus on a project concept. So this is a feasibility study. We're early on. The first step is really getting all of our regional partners. So that includes the folks you saw on the previous slide. That includes each of the municipalities. That includes folks like Duke and North Carolina State, who own land that the rail corridor crosses. And it also includes other affected institutions along the line, such as RTP. So the goal is to reach a regional consensus among that group about what is included in this project or what could be included in this project. At a high level, that includes the precise location and the number of stations, the number and the times that the trains run, their schedule, as well as the amount of infrastructure in terms of tracks and what's needed to support those tracks along the line. So that's the project concept. Another piece of information, another piece of that regional consensus is reaching agreement on the local funding sources of this project. So we've heard some conversation already on how this is being coordinated with the Durham Transit Plan to understand sort of the relative priority of commuter rail to some of the other planned investments in the Durham Transit Plan. A similar exercise is wrapping up in Wake County. So there's a lot of important work that's occurring over the next few months. Next slide, please. So in this current, I want to highlight this chart that's on the bottom of the slide first. So we're in again, a feasibility study. These yellow stars represent decision points. So again, we're trying to reach consensus on that reach consensus on that regional project concept before this study moves forward into some more of the intensive engineering and design phases. So we're early, some work has been done, but we're still early sort of in the life of a major capital project. The primary goals to achieve that objective of getting a regional consensus on the project, there's three primary elements to the study. The first is engaging the community to understand how the community both understands and values or does not value this project. To determine, the next piece is to determine the technical feasibility of the project. Can we actually build a commuter rail project in this corridor? And then the last piece is the viability of the project. Is this a project that's acceptable, particularly to the railroad owner and operators, as well as our other partners in terms of the impacts of this line, what it would cost, and so on. Next slide, please. So to achieve those ends, there's a number of technical, both technical, stakeholder, and community engagement efforts underway. I don't intend to go into all the detail on this slide, but show this to you to communicate that there's a lot of work underway, and that work right now is on a timeline that we hope to wrap up towards the end of the year. Next slide. As part of this work, there is monthly ongoing coordination with entities within Durham, quarterly briefings to the governing boards, including the county commissioners, as well as city council and the Durham Chapel Hill Carborough Metropolitan Planning Organization. We are on a monthly or as needed meeting basis with city and county staff to work through some of the technical details of the study. There are monthly meetings with our municipalities and major institutions along the corridor. And there are also task-specific meetings focused on Durham that include local representatives such as Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Durham Inc., Duke University, North Carolina Central. This slide, I apologize, has an error of omission. We are also doing coordination work with Durham Tech. Next slide, please. I just wanted to highlight one of the elements where we know that there is some additional engineering analysis that we're taking a part of, that we're working on as a part of this feasibility study. So we're advancing some work that would normally be later to better understand some of the engineering and technical risks that a project such as this could entail. So in downtown Durham, we're doing environmental screening, understanding what's along the corridor. We're doing advanced work on track design, so how we could potentially add a track into downtown Durham, where a station would go, how that affects roadway and traffic patterns, as well as things that are underground like water, sewer, and stormwater, and conducting some additional stakeholder and community engagement as part of that effort. So with that, I will turn it over to Liz to talk about the results of our first phase of public engagement.
Great, thank you, Jay. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks so much for your time this morning, commissioners. I'm going to be speaking to the first phase of engagement that took place around the fall of 2020, and then I'll be turning it over to Elise Beelan from Simpson Engineers, who will be speaking about the results of a survey that was included in part of this engagement. So this effort, as you can see on the timeline, is part of the 18-month time frame for the study, and we had 3 goals: to raise awareness, get public feedback, and coordinate regionally. Next slide, please. So what was done? The first round of engagement included primarily a survey. So this was an open-ended survey. We included demographic questions and then project-related questions were open for responses from the community in whatever they wanted to contribute. There weren't any set answers or multiple choice. And so what we saw was that 5,600 individual participants viewed the survey. And so this means that they received project information like the map that was shown that Jay spoke about with the potential station stops. And they also were able to read some about the proposed commuter rail line, but also the current phase of study, what the objectives are. And of those 5,600 folks who viewed the survey, 2,700 individuals actually participated in the survey. And we received 500 participants in the first 3 days, which really speaks to kind of the effort really getting out ahead and really getting attention in the beginning. So from those participants, we received nearly 5,000 project-related comments, and those are the results that Elise will be speaking to for the second half of this presentation. Next slide, please. So I wanted to go into some more details about methods and materials. So we are in a period of adapting to COVID, of course, when we do our engagement, but you'll see that we were able to do online, email, virtual, and some in-person outreach. So a lot of information shared via email to individuals and community organizations, as well as current transit users. With social media, we use traditional social media, and then on the geo-targeting piece, we have the ability through our public engagement platform to select geographic locations where we want to push a social media ad. So we're able to use that throughout the comment period to help support engagement across the different areas of the study. We also were able to distribute surveys in paper form and attend virtual meetings and presentations with community groups. And we'll be also doing some focus groups virtually as well. Materials included, traditional press release, brochure that we also distributed in print form, which was critical really to engaging folks who may not have the same kind of access to information, as well as website information and video elements. Next slide, please. So a brief overview of web and social media. We were featured in an article on Spectacular Magazine, the study really emphasizing, as you can see from the title there, triangle commuter rail plans rolling forward and planners want your input. As well as a metric to note here is this average time spent on the web page. So the location where the link to the survey was and the background project information, folks spent over 3.5 minutes there on average. And in the time of, constant scrolling and all the information we're getting on a minute by minute basis, it's really an important metric to keep an eye on that shows that folks are taking the time to take in the information, whether they actually participated in the survey or not. So as we know, a number of folks at least got the project information, whether they chose to participate in the actual survey. Next slide, please. So I really want to explain kind of how we adapted to COVID-19. So a few great examples of how we're able to supplement all this virtual efforts with actual in person. So that means like with this Crosby Garfield drive-through community day, what we actually did there was participate with the Crosby Garfield Center in Southeast Raleigh by providing brochures to about 500 attendees who drove through their community day. So a lot of community organizations are getting creative right now, doing parades in their cars, that kind of thing. And so this was an opportunity to really connect with folks, even though we couldn't, speak to them directly. However, we also were able to safely conduct some pop-ups at different places along the corridor. So Durham Station, the Village Shopping Center, and Go Raleigh Station, as well as a Give Thanks event with Go Durham. So this is a case where we were directly in person with individuals at those locations, of course, following all public health guidelines. But one thing I want to note here is that having those paper surveys and handing them out at these locations is critical to making sure we're reaching people who don't have online access. But even further, we had an individual staff member fill out a survey for someone who wanted to participate but could not read or write. So this is where that kind of engagement and that level of effort and detail really is taking place when we do kind of these in-person interactions. And, that person would not have been able to participate if everything was only online. In terms of virtual engagement with different groups, you can see here we partner with organizations who are meeting virtually. One note about the PACs, not all the PACs are actually having meetings, but we do have, information for their contacts, the sort of leadership at the PAC. And so we made sure they had at least had the online information in case their listserv was being used regularly during this time. Next slide, please. So one thing I want to note here is we have a specific initiative that we use to make sure that we're receiving comments and participation from traditionally underrepresented groups. So that in-person outreach to reach riders, to reach folks, through the committee for just people with disabilities, that kind of thing, plus partnerships with actual community organizations on the ground, especially right now during COVID-19. So for one example, we worked with Advanced Community Health and distributed those brochures I mentioned at a COVID-19 testing site. And so we know from these community partnerships with service providers on the ground who are going to meet one-on-one with people no matter what, plus our own staff's ability to go in person and connect with folks in a safe way, we were able to generate about 8% of our participation and comments from those partnerships. And so we really wanted to pull this out to really focus on the fact that reaching underrepresented groups takes that extra mile and that extra effort. And we have been able to see participation that is critical to getting those comments. Also, the survey itself online was available in these languages in addition to English. Next slide, please. So now I'll turn it over to Elise to speak to what we heard from folks in the survey.
Thanks, Liz. As Liz mentioned, there were about 2,700 participants in the survey. And one thing that was really great about this participation is that we had really good rate of response to our demographic questions, which isn't always the case. We had an 89% response rate, which gives us a good idea of who's participating in our survey. So a quick overview here of those demographics. We had about a 50-50 split gender-wise. Age-wise, the vast majority of the people that responded to our survey are kind of in that, that prime working population age range, which makes sense. If we look at our household income, a little over a third of our respondents are in that less than $50,000 a year range. We do have a bit of a skew toward higher income populations, which was also seen on the transit survey for the general population. Next slide, please. And this slide gets to the general breakdown of the race and ethnicity of the participants in our survey. On the right, you see that chart that gives us our percentages. And again, as you can see, the participation does tend to skew as a whole in the participation for the survey, more white, but we did have some really great participation numbers here. So I want to direct your attention to the chart that's on the left, just the sheer numbers of people that participated in this survey. You know, we had almost 440 Black participants in our survey. You know, there are surveys in the past that's their entire population that participated in a survey. So in general, Go Triangle really has a lot to be proud of in terms of the numbers of people they were able to reach with this survey. Next slide, please. So very importantly, when we're looking at our population survey, we want to know how well did we mirror the actual population in the community. So this slide gets at the corridor counties. And when we say that, we mean Durham, Wake, and Johnston counties combined. And how does it compare to the populations of those counties as reported in the census? So you can see we do skew a little higher white than the general population, but not that bad. In general, our pattern of participation does mirror the population. Of course, there's room for improvement. And as Liz mentioned, this is the first of 3 outreach periods associated with this study. So as we move forward, we're able to see where there might be gaps and to help address those moving forward. Next slide, please. This is a similar slide, but focusing in just on Durham County and the Durham County census. And again, I apologize for the overlap in the bottom of the slide, but the blue lines that you're seeing are our survey population compared to the green lines, which are the census population. Next slide, please. This slide gives us an idea of geographically, where did our respondents come from? What zip codes were they reporting being from? So you can tell just really from a very high level, we had great participation throughout the triangle. You can kind of tell higher participation right there along where the rail corridor would be, but also some good participants from a little bit farther flung areas. Next slide, please. Here we zoom in on Durham County, and I've got the zip codes. So the geographies listed here are the zip codes. The darker the shape, the more people responded from that area. So for each of these zip codes, we've got the numbers of the people participating in the survey, so you can kind of get a sense there of where people were participating from. We had nearly 700 responses from Durham County alone. So we thought that was really great, and sounds like it matched pretty well with what the transit survey was able to achieve in Durham County as well. Next slide. So our survey consisted of 3 general questions. The survey questions were open-ended, which allowed people to really tell us in their own words what they were thinking when they saw the question. And the questions were geared toward helping us to, at this phase in the study, get an idea of people's understanding of what commuter rail is and what's being proposed for the project. It allows us to get an idea of the issues and concerns they may have. And at this stage of the study, one thing that allows us to do is potentially integrate moving towards some of those answers or addressing some of those concerns as the study goes on throughout the year. And the other thing it allows us to do is to get an idea of the general kind of sentiment that people have about commuter rail. Are they positive or are they negative about commuter rail in the triangle? So these are some of the major takeaways that throughout those 3 questions we kept seeing over and over again from folks who were responding. In terms of benefits that they saw coming from the commuter rail, generally people talked a lot about the ability for commuter rail to reduce or address congestion in the triangle. There was a lot of talk about the environmental benefits that commuter rail could have as opposed to vehicular travel. There was a lot of talk about the benefits to commutes, commute times, the general enjoyableness of your commute. People talked about commuter rail being a way to bring the Triangle region up to kind of major metropolitan standards. There was a lot of talk of looking at peer cities and what they were seeing there, and wanting to bring our area up to that. And in general, a sense of connectivity and being able to travel from one part of the Triangle to another much more easily than they can right now. In terms of concerns that we did here about commuter rail, project cost and funding allocation, of course, was number one. There was concern about whether it would be effective, whether commuter rail would be able to achieve the stated goals. There were concerns about equity, about whether commuter rail is serving just commuters or is it serving everybody? Are certain geographic areas getting left out, and that sort of thing. There were also concerns about project impacts. Overall, though, people were very positive about the commuter rail, and we'll get into that in the next few slides. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. So the first question we'll go into is, we asked people, what would you like in a commuter rail train that connects Durham and Wake counties? And what we saw was that generally people want from commuter rail the same thing they want from all kinds of transit. They want reliability, they want frequency, they want affordability, they want service that fits their schedule. So there was talk about wanting service on the weekends or wanting it later at night, that sort of thing. This comment here at the bottom in quotes is one of the actual comments we received. And this was the one that got the most upvotes, which is what we call it. The comments that people left on the survey were able to be viewed by everybody else who was viewing it if they were completing it online. And so this one received 192 upvotes from other people, which indicates support for this particular question. So they said it pretty succinctly: frequency, reliability, accessibility, and affordability is what they're looking for. Next slide, please. So this next question, what do you see commuter rail train doing for your community? As I mentioned before, overwhelmingly, the most commonly mentioned item was what it would do for congestion in the Triangle. Also, a popular answer was talking about benefits to the environment and connectivity generally through the Triangle. This response that we're sharing here, again, the most upvoted comment on this question, easing congestion and pollution, providing opportunities for all people to travel without a car, and being able to go to downtown Raleigh without having to deal with parking. This question in particular was one that you're able to get a good gauge of, are those responses when people are thinking about what commuter rail could do for their community, are those responses positive or are they negative? And it was open-ended enough that if someone wanted to be negative about it, they had no problem telling us that they saw it doing nothing for their community, or they saw it just raising their taxes, or they saw it as, if they didn't like the allocation of taxpayer money, that sort of thing. So we felt pretty good about, the question wasn't leading in any way and sort of allowed people to really express their thoughts on this question. So it was a good place for us to gauge sentiment. Next slide, please. So on this slide, this is where we were able to kind of gauge, particularly within this question. So this is responses to this one particular question. 87% of those responses are considered positive toward commuter rail. Now, if we take our data and we sort of filter and sort and are looking specifically at who's saying what, we can get a little more specific. If we look at kind of a younger crowd, if we're looking at the under 55 crowd, that positivity rate goes up to 91%. If we take out all our white non-Hispanic respondents and we look at that minority crowd, we're at 90% positive. If we look specifically at Durham County and the minority segment, we're at 95% positive. So just sort of gives you a snapshot of the kind of answers that we were getting on this question. Certainly there were some negative answers, but overwhelmingly people were positive about commuter rail in the survey. Next slide, please. So if we dig a little deeper and we say, okay, when people are giving us those negative comments about commuter rail, what are they talking about? And similarly, if we're looking at the positive comments, what are they talking about? The positive comments, because there are so many more of them, a lot of it is really the same things that we're seeing in the overall topics that are coming up in the conversation. Under negative comments, as you might expect, people talked about cost, people talked about funding allocation. There were some comments about preferring another solution to commuter rail. There were comments about equity, and these numbers here that you're seeing on the bar chart are the actual numbers of times that those tags came up in those comments. So while they did come up, they weren't actually that high compared to the numbers that you're seeing there in those positive comments. Next slide, please. So our third question, at the end of this study, local leaders will decide whether to move forward with the proposed commuter rail train. What else should they be considering when making that decision? Again, project cost, of course, is a major consideration. Equity was almost as high as project cost. So people were definitely very concerned with making sure that if we're going to be instituting commuter rail, it needs to be something that's serving people in an equitable way. Certainly wanting leaders to consider the growth in the triangle and addressing how we're growing as a triangle, how our land use is moving forward, and what commuter rail can do to help address that. Environment, of course, was also high in this one. In the next few kind of tags that you see there, we start to get at another very kind of popular response that kind of hit on these economic development themes. People talked a lot about regional modernization, future investment in our triangle, economic development. So there was this idea of kind of regional appeal and at a broad sense in the triangle, what commuter rail could do. And this comment particularly gets at that response. We need to catch up with other regional metropolitan areas like Charlotte and Atlanta to stay relevant for industries and businesses considering relocating to the mid-Atlantic or Southeast US. Mass transit will be the way of the future, and if not now, when? So that comment received a lot of support, as you can see. Next slide, please. So next steps in this study, we're taking the information that we heard, and focus groups are happening soon. I know they're refining these groups at the moment, but we're able to take who we heard from and the types of things we were hearing and wanting to bridge the gap in terms of people that we were able to hear from and people that we weren't able to hear from in this initial survey outreach response. So reaching out to particular communities, minority communities, the business community is another area. So figuring out how to hear from folks that we might not have heard as much from, and delving a little bit more into some of these subjects of, okay, here's what we think we heard that people understand about commuter rail. How can we get at that? When people talk about affordability, what does that mean to them exactly? And they're talking about, what first and last mile connections are necessary for you when you're thinking about commuter rail and different service needs. Of course, we have ongoing education and awareness throughout the study, and our 2 additional public comment periods coming up in the spring and summer of 2021. And with that, Liz, Jay, and I are happy to answer any questions.
So commissioners, we have gone 10 minutes over the 30 minutes. So if you have questions that we can add 10 minutes to this presentation, we'll only be able to give it at the most 10 more minutes, and then we'll have to move on to the next item. So we've gone up to 10 minutes over already. So if you have questions that you need to ask, just take 10 minutes and ask those couple of questions, and then we'll have to move on. Oh, nobody has any questions? Well, that's great. Thank you. I want to thank the staff for an absolutely wonderful You don't have to have any if you don't have any. so yeah.
They do have their hands up, I think.
Yeah, I noticed it now. But I do want to say thanks to the staff for an excellent report. And Commissioner Carter, if you have a question, great. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Howerton, and thanks to the staff. This is really good work. And I think that there's been a lot of improvement in having more equitable engagement, and I know we all appreciate that. I just wondered if going forward, if you all have considered using a community ambassador approach, similar to what the transit plan is using and also the comp plan as part of your engagement process. And then sort of coupled with that, well, not exactly, but I just think that when this comes back to us again, or at any point of decision, it will be great if any of the studies that you all are doing are able to demonstrate in a really strong, conclusive way that the commuter rail transit advances racial equity and addresses our, environmental concerns. I just feel like environmental impact and racial equity impact should be part of every decision we make. And in particular with transportation, I think it's especially relevant. And so it will be important for us to be able to make a good case for both of those with this project. I just wanted to say those two things. And you don't really have to answer me about the community engagement ambassadors. I'm just wondering, if that maybe is something you want to consider.
Liz, would you like to speak to that first part? And then I have a response to the second part of the commissioner's comment.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Carter. This is, as we mentioned, part one of 3 phases of engagement. So we're always open to considering how to iterate and improve. So those are great comments to receive. So thank you. And we also do have an ambassador program that is more regionally focused called the Go Crew. And so we are able to, use those folks as well to help get information out.
And I would also add that while we are working on our own engagement, this is very much in coordination with that of the transit plan. You may have seen that there were a few items a few questions from the transit plan outreach that dealt specifically with commuter rail and how to balance the priorities of regional and local service and how those things connect. And one of the things I really wanted to highlight from that presentation is, both from the online survey results, which we know are different than folks who rely on transit, and from the engagement ambassadors, commuter rail scored very highly in both of those when you look at the numbers that are behind those questions. So we are trying to do some of that coordination, but as many of you have mentioned, there's a lot of things to consider. And Commissioner, to the second part of your question, I wanted to mention that part of the technical work we're doing, and part of this is really intended to give you all as decision makers, as well as the community as they consider transit investments moving forward, better information about the benefits and the impacts of commuter rail. So things like improving access to jobs and particularly good paying jobs, and then also the job creation benefits. So we are doing both some transit travel market analysis that TJ Cog is helping us with, some analysis of affordable housing, as well as some land use considerations that could come from a commuter rail project. And then we're also working to understand those job creation impacts as well. And so those are all sort of tangential, but very important pieces of work that we are undertaking, and hope to include that in our engagement and reporting going forward.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So thanks for the presentation again. All right, we're going to move on to the next item. Commissioner Jacobs, can you hold that question and so that we move on to the next item?
I did want to have a question about the commuter rail.
Is it a 30-second item? 30-second question? Can you ask a question in 30 seconds?
I'll try to make it quick. So I wanted to just add to what Commissioner Carter was asking about, and also whether you're going to be looking at, you know, in terms of where the stations are and the impact that that can have on, I mean, for instance, if there's a station that's close to NCCU or Durham Tech, and then I know we, you know, even thinking about the new hub development at RTP, and the impact on land use and affordable housing, if that, you know, to look at that. And then also related to the funding, are you all going to look at other ways to fund the project outside of federal funding, but also state funding, tax increment financing, TIFIA loans, NCDOT joint funding on projects? Just is that going to be also looked at for, you know, just other ways to cover the cost?
That's definitely not a 30-second response.
Well, it's just, I mean, I'm just throwing that out there as I hope,
Yeah,
you know, if
I
you
hear
guys
you.
are going to look at all those things.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'll try a 15-second response. The first part is, yes, we are looking at a high level, those land use impacts. There's a lot of work that goes into that, as I'm sure you're aware with the comprehensive plan process and others, but those are to land use and affordable housing that we are looking at that. And in terms of funding, there's a lot of stakeholder coordination and partner coordination. I see that our CEO has joined, but I know it's very much our intent to continue working on other funding sources in addition to those local and federal funding sources. So while not a technical study effort, it is ongoing. And I apologize, that was more than 15 seconds. Madam Chair, would you permit our CEO to speak for just a moment?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Hi, Charles Latuca, Go Triangle CEO. Good morning. So there's a lot to do, a lot of work to do when it comes to figuring out how this project's going to be financed. Right now, we have some placeholders in the plans that have a couple of criteria about how funding is going to be accomplished. And I think, you know, we're working to expand the boundaries on those funding mechanisms, whether this goes as a P3 project, whether there's some state funding available down the road, whether there's going to be some enhanced funding for rail from the new administration federally. You know, I think there are still a lot of things. And also we're examining what is our ability to leverage debt. And I think any of those things that we can do, or all of them, will make more room in the transit plans for other projects to be completed. So it's still early, very early in the project stage. We're in a planning discussion, and I know people want to assign hard dollars down the road. And, you know, I think this is a conversation that's going to require us to be a little bit flexible. And I know that the counties are also engaged in this funding discussion in a very positive way. And I think that probably 2-3 months from now, we'll have more information about and better information about how the project could be funded. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all for your presentation and the information. Okay, commissioners, our next item is 0081, Durham County proclamation to establish a new county holiday in recognition of June 10th. And this is a 10-minute item. The board is requested to receive a proclamation to establish a new county holiday in recognition of June 10th. We have Kathy Everett Perry, HR Director, and Quilly Henry, Racial Equity Officer, and Deborah Craig Ray, General Manager, prepared to share information about this item. I see Deborah. I see Kathy. Okay, I don't see Kathy. There's Kathy. Okay, you want to take it over? Go ahead.
You're on mute.
Kathy's on mute too. Okay.
It's Quayle. Oh, there's Quayle. Okay, I'll go back on mute.
All right. Well, good afternoon again, Commissioners. And this is an item that came before you mid last year. in recognition of the opportunity that several other jurisdictions had taken up in honoring and celebrating Juneteenth and making it a paid holiday for employees. So we staff have gone back and put our heads together and came forward with a proclamation that would allow Durham County to provide the same recognition opportunity for staff to reflect and honor the achievements of the African American community and celebrate the end of slavery, as many African Americans do during June 19th of every year. We provided information, and Kathy did some research in terms of fiscal impact and has determined that there really is no additional financial impact to the county, and there would be no additional impact to the annual budget. So, we just wanted to provide this information back to present to you the proclamation and just really want to hear what our next steps should be in moving forward with this agenda item. And my counterparts here on the call that have really assisted in pulling this together, as this was something that came on your radar prior to me joining, please by all means add to anything that I've said or provide any additional clarification.
Well, I would just like to add that I appreciate the work that our team was able to do in a short time. We really worked together to try to begin to understand the thinking and wordsmith a possible proclamation that might be appropriate for Durham County government. I looked at and we reviewed some other similar proclamations from other jurisdictions across the state and across the nation, but we kind of went back and forth a little bit on the wording, but we think we have something that you might want to review and then of course give us direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, one of the things that we had tried to do, commissioners, is we were with Natalie Murdoch, with Senator Murdoch, we were attempting to get this at the state level. She was working to try and get this on the agenda at the state level, hoping that we would see a shift in our representatives at the state level. So rather than to continue to wait, with this being Black History Month, it's a perfect time to go ahead and put this through. So if there are questions from the board at this time.
Commissioner Howerton, if I could just speak briefly.
Oh, absolutely.
I would just say that to piggyback on what you said about the state and the inability to move forward under that particular scenario, we did look at other jurisdictions, and it seems that all of our surrounding communities have already passed the proclamation, making this a holiday of recognition.
Great, thank you, Kathy. Commissioners, questions, concerns?
Happy we're doing it.
Okay, great, that was quick. Okay, thank you all. The next item is item 210053. At this time, the board will receive a report on the 2020 resident survey results. I'd like to introduce Drew Cummings, our Chief of Staff, to take the lead on this item, and he can introduce his associates with him.
Great. Can you hear me, commissioners?
Can I jump back in? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Drew. I apologize.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Howerton, you can beat me up later. Is the proclamation complete in its entirety? Still up for edit or no?
If you've got some response, yeah, staff will take the response. Yeah.
And I'll email it. The only reason why, I'm looking at it right now in its entirety. And, we mentioned 1865. We mentioned General Granger getting to Galveston, Texas. And I think some people don't recognize why this date is so important. I think we need to, at some point in there, mention 1863 and the Emancipation Proclamation so that people recognize that 2-year gap in when slavery ended and when we were actually when we actually got, because there was no cell phone. There was no email. So we had to do this on horseback. So I think for a lot of people, they'll say, well, why are we not, I want that language about 1863 for the Emancipation Proclamation to be in there. I want them to know that he had to surrender at Appomattox. I want them to know they had to ride on a horse, so that they recognize there is a reason why we celebrate this day. I think sometimes when Black people talk about our holidays, folks say, well, why not celebrate the Emancipation Proclamation? They need to know that there was a 2-year gap and when slaves actually found out they were free. And I would kick myself. Hopefully when our offices get done, in my office, y'all can't see it here, you know, there's a photo of my great-great-grandfather, and he remembers being 10 years old and the soldier coming up on horseback in Atlanta. And he was told, you all are free now. And that was probably around Christmas. So for my grandfather, could y'all just at least put in there that there's a reason why we're celebrating 1865 as opposed to 1863, because everybody didn't know we were free.
Well, staff will get with you and make that happen. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, Drew?
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I'm going to do a very quick introduction to this item and then hand the reins over to Jason Morato from the ETC Institute. This year, as in the prior 5 years, the city and county have worked together to do a broad resident survey, sort of perceptions and of various issues that are important to the city and the county. We do a representative sample, so this is not a survey that anybody can fill out. It is sent out to a representative sample of the county's population. We ask a lot of different kinds of questions, and we've been using ETC Institute out of Olathe, Kansas this whole time, and they do a very reputable job with the survey. And you know, the other thing I'll mention, or two other things I'll mention, one of which is that this kind of high-level feedback is often really useful to us. It's why we started doing the survey in the first place. Commissioners and county staff hear a lot of different things from a lot of different corners, and sometimes it's useful to be able to kind of have this as a backdrop to various kinds of decision-making that we do. And so that's the reason we continue doing it. The second thing is that there's a lot of information contained in the report. This PowerPoint presentation is a great condensation of the relevant points in the report. But because 3 of the commissioners have received this for many years running and are familiar with the format of the report, the county manager and the staff who are involved with this survey did give a preview presentation to Commissioners Burns and Alam towards the end of last week, and kind of ran them through it so that they could feel more familiar and comfortable with the results. So with that, I'd like to pass the mic, virtually speaking, to Jason Morato from ETC Institute, and then Monica will be advancing the slides of the presentation as well. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Drew. Well, my name's Jason Morato. I'm with ETC Institute, and it's great to be able to present again the results for the resident survey. So this past November and December, for the 6th time, we conducted a resident survey for Durham County. As Drew mentioned, the full report is very detailed and very comprehensive. So today what I'm going to go through is really the high-level key findings from the survey. Next slide. I'm sorry, next slide. There we go. I just have one quick slide about ETC Institute. We're based in Olathe, Kansas, which is in the Kansas City area, but we're a national leader in providing market research for local governments. We've been doing this type of work for over 35 years. And in the last 10 years alone, we've conducted surveys in more than 900 communities in 49 states. And that includes a lot of work throughout North Carolina. So this is really the type of work that we specialize in. Next slide, please. There are several reasons to conduct a survey like this. One is to get an objective assessment of how satisfied residents are with major county services. and then also to help determine what residents feel are the top priorities for the community. We're also able to measure trends from the previous surveys. Each time we tweak the survey a little bit, but a lot of the questions have remained the same over the years. So that way we can measure the trends, both short-term and long-term. And then also we're able to compare your results with other similar sized communities across the country. Next slide. So this survey was 7 pages long. That's a pretty typical length for a resident survey. The survey was administered by a combination of mail and online to randomly selected residents throughout the county. Our goal was to receive at least 800 completed surveys, with at least 200 of those being from unincorporated Durham County residents. And we accomplished those goals. We ended up with 848 completed surveys. That includes 637 from City of Durham residents and then 211 from residents in unincorporated Durham County. And one thing we always do when we administer these surveys is, as we're collecting the data, we monitor the demographics of survey respondents to make sure it reflects the actual population of the county. So we make sure we have a good representation by those key demographic areas such as age, race and ethnicity, gender, and geographic location. And the results of the 848 completed surveys at the 95% level of confidence has a margin of error plus or minus 3.3%. So essentially that means that if we conducted this survey the same way 100 times, 95 times the results would be plus or minus 3.3% from what we're reporting. So the results aren't perfect, but there is really a very small margin of error. Next slide. So here we have a map of the county, and one thing that we did, which we've done every year we've conducted this survey, is we break the results out by geographic area, and we do this for all of the questions asked on a 5-point scale, the satisfaction questions. So there are over 100 maps in the report, and we break the results into 5 different areas. We have unincorporated Durham County, and then within the city, we have PAC areas 2, 3, and 4. And then we combine PAC areas 1 and 5 because there's one of the areas is downtown, so they're just a very small sample size there. So what this does is it tells us if residents in different parts of the county are rating services differently. And we'll go over a slide with that later in the presentation, but the full report is over 100 maps. Next slide, please. So here again, we have a map of the county. The red dots are households that completed a survey. So I mentioned earlier the distribution of city versus non-city responses. And this just shows that we had a good response really throughout all parts of the county. And this distribution is similar to what we've had on previous surveys. Next slide. So here are our main conclusions from the survey. We found that residents have a positive perception of the county. 81% of respondents rated Durham County as an excellent or a good place to live. Overall, the level of satisfaction this year is similar to what we saw on last year's survey. In a little bit, I'll highlight some of the areas that had the biggest changes in satisfaction, both positive and negative compared to 2019. But if you look at the overall level of satisfaction this year, it's similar to what it was last year. When we compare your results to other large communities, there are a couple areas that stand out so that I wanted to point out. Overall, Durham County rates 16% above the average of other large communities when you look at the overall quality of county services. And that's one of the most important questions on the survey, because there we're asking residents to take into account all of the services that you're providing and really give kind of an overall satisfaction rating for how well you're doing. And then another area that really stands out is that Durham County rates 29% above other large communities when it comes to customer service provided by county employees. Now, the survey has questions about both city and county services. When you look at the top overall priorities for the community over the next couple of years, the top 3 priorities for public schools, maintaining the city streets, and police protection. And then if you look at the top priorities for county services, it's public schools, sheriff protection, and then public health services. And I'll show you how we came to that in a little bit. Next slide. So first we'll look at just some general perceptions that residents have of the county. Next slide, please. So here we ask residents to rate their perceptions of the county in a number of different ways. So for this chart, the dark blue are residents who are very satisfied, the light blue is satisfied, the gray is neutral, and for these charts, we interpret neutral as meeting expectations. It's a rating of a 3 on the 5-point scale. And then the pink are dissatisfied and the red are very dissatisfied. So if you look at the top row, most residents are satisfied with the quality of life in their neighborhood. And then if you look at the 4th row down, quality of services provided by the county, 58% of residents are satisfied with the overall quality of county services. That's compared to only 12% who are dissatisfied. So overall, you've got almost a 6-to-1 ratio of those who are satisfied versus dissatisfied with the overall quality of services provided by the county. Next slide. Here is another question about perceptions of the county. If you look at the top of this chart, most residents feel like Durham County is an excellent or a good place to live and to work. So very high ratings in most of these categories. Next slide. This was the very first question on the survey. And here we're asking residents to rate major categories of city and county services. So here we're asking residents to rate these areas at the big picture departmental level. And then later on in the survey, we ask about some more specific areas within some of these categories. So the blue are the positive ratings, the pink and the red are the negative. Overall, the ratings are pretty high for most areas. The only areas that have significant levels of dissatisfaction are schools and transportation-related items such as street maintenance, pedestrian facilities. Now, the good thing is, in the case of streets and public schools, those were a couple of the lowest rated items, but they both had an increase in satisfaction compared to last year. So they are headed in the right direction. And if you look at the top of this chart, the highest rated areas are library services, EMS services, fire and life safety programming, and response time for both fire and EMS services. Next slide. So here again, we have a map of the county. I mentioned earlier that we have a report that breaks results out by those 5 geographic areas for all questions on the survey asked on a 5-point scale. This is an example of that. This shows how residents feel about Durham County as a place to live. And you can see the entire map is blue. And in fact, there's one area which is dark blue, which is the highest possible rating. So what this tells us is that residents throughout the county are satisfied with Durham County as a place to live. Next slide. So now we'll take a look at the trends to see how these results compare to last year. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that the overall level of satisfaction is similar to this year as it was in 2019. This slide, though, shows some of the areas that had the most significant increases in satisfaction compared to last year. So the biggest increase in satisfaction was with transparency about educator-related decision-making. Last year, only 23% of residents were satisfied. This year, it's up to 33%. The other biggest increases in satisfaction were with the ease of travel within Durham, neighborhood sidewalks, encouraging community involvement in education, decision-making, the accuracy of information that's provided by county employees, the overall effectiveness of communication with residents, ensuring quality education for students, attracting high-quality teachers, and then the appropriateness of county responses and county employees' responses to residents. So a lot of the most significant increases were related to public schools and customer service. Next slide. This slide shows some of the biggest decreases in satisfaction compared to last year. So police relationship with the community, sheriff's office relationship with the community, public involvement in local decisions, experience engaging with county government process, enforcing codes and ordinances, animal control, and then the ease of downtown parking. Next slide. So the full report has a lot of slides like this that show the satisfaction ratings for 2020, which is the blue line. The gray line are the satisfaction ratings for 2019. And then the orange line are the satisfaction ratings, average satisfaction ratings for 2016 to 2018. I wanted to highlight this one because there have been some really significant increases in satisfaction with public schools over the past couple of years. In fact, in all 6 areas, there's been a significant increase compared to last year, as well as compared to the average from 2016 to 2018. Now, there still is certainly a lot of room for improvement. You can see the satisfaction ratings are around 30% for most areas. So certainly room for improvement, but you can see how much it's improved, not just compared to last year, but compared to the last several years. Next slide. So we also compared your results to other communities. Next slide. So for these next few slides, the blue lines show the satisfaction rating from Durham County residents. The gray line are the satisfaction ratings from residents in large communities. And by large communities, we mean those with a population of between 150 and 400,000 residents. Now, this is based on surveys that ETC Institute does with residents from all across the country. The report also has some benchmarking slides that show your results compared to some high-performing communities that ETC Institute conducts surveys with. So for these next few slides, the blue lines or blue arrows are areas where you rate 4% or more above the national average. The red arrows are 4% or more below. So you can see you rate higher than other large communities in library services, EMS services, customer service from county employees. This is one of the areas that really stands out. You can see you have a 62% satisfaction rating. The average for large communities is only 33%, so you're almost double that. And then communication with the public is another area that really stands out. Areas where you rate below other communities are response time for fire services, sheriff protection, codes, public schools, although we see how much that's improved over the years, public transit, and then maintaining streets. Next slide. Here's some comparisons for perceptions. You rate below other communities when it comes to the quality of life and the image, but you rate much higher for the overall quality of county services, and then also the value received for local property taxes. 39% of Durham County residents are satisfied with the value received for property taxes, which seems like maybe a low number, but you can see the national average is only 33%. So 39% is actually a good number for that question. And then the overall appearance of Durham is another area where you rate above other communities. Next slide. And then here's some more perceptions. And you can see you rate much higher than other large communities in all of these areas. As a place to live, as a place to work, place to visit, place to raise children, as a place to retire. 56% of Durham County residents feel like the community is moving in the right direction. Nationally, the average is only 42%. Next slide. And then, so now we'll take a look at some community priorities. Next slide, please. So we call this the important satisfaction rating. And there's a lot of information here, but basically the purpose of this is to help communities to determine what should be the highest priorities to focus on. And this analysis is based on 2 different types of data. First, we ask residents how satisfied they are with services. And that's the type of information we've mostly been looking at so far. And then the follow-up question is, which services are the most important for leaders to emphasize over the next 2 years? So the idea behind this is that those areas that have a combination of a low satisfaction rating, but are also rated as the most important, should be the highest priorities. So the top 3 highest priorities are public schools, maintaining city streets, and the quality of police protection. Other high priorities include pedestrian facilities, such as sidewalks, overall quality of sheriff protection, and the quality of public health services. Next slide. So we also broke the results out by race and ethnicity, just to drill down into the data and look at it in a little more detail than we have, at least in previous presentations. Next slide. So for this slide, these are the satisfaction ratings for the overall quality of life in your neighborhood. So if you look at this top row, 71% of Black residents are satisfied with the overall quality of life in their neighborhood, which is a little lower than Hispanic residents, that's 76%, and 11% lower than white residents at 82%. And if you look at that bottom row, overall 77% of residents are satisfied with the overall quality of life in their neighborhood. Next slide. So here we see some big differences. This shows the percent of residents who are dissatisfied with the availability of affordable housing. 64% of Black residents are dissatisfied with the availability of affordable housing. Hispanic and white residents were the same, 48% were dissatisfied. And then overall, 55% were dissatisfied with affordable housing. Next slide. This shows satisfaction levels with the current state of race relations. So 30% of Black residents are satisfied with the current state of race relations, compared to 36% for Hispanic, 37% for white. So not a huge difference here, but Black residents are a little less satisfied with the current state of race relations. Next slide. Here, though, you see some more significant differences. This question is about the progress addressing racial equity. Only 31% of Black residents are satisfied with the progress addressing racial equity. That's compared to 42% for Hispanic residents, 45% for white, and then overall 40% are satisfied. Next slide. So for this question, we asked residents, which government services should receive the highest priorities for increased funding? And residents were asked to pick their top 5 highest priorities from a list of 12 items. So there's a couple things I find interesting here. If you look at these top 2 rows, affordable housing and public school were the top 2 priorities for all 3 groups, Black, Hispanic, and white residents, and then of course overall. But if you look at affordable housing, 69% of Black residents rating affordable housing as one of the highest priorities. That's compared to 54% for Hispanic and 51% for white residents. So affordable housing was a high priority among all 3 groups, but a much higher priority among Black residents than Hispanic and white residents. One thing I thought was interesting too is how similar of a priority street maintenance is. For Black residents, 49% rated street maintenance as a high priority. It was 48% for Hispanic and 49% for white residents. We also saw a little bit of a difference in priority for job creation. Among Black residents, that was the 3rd highest priority. For Hispanic residents, that was the 4th highest priority. And then for white residents, it wasn't in the top 5. Next slide. So we also this year had a couple of questions related to COVID-19. Next slide. Here we asked residents how satisfied they are with how well different levels of government have responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. So if you look at this 3rd row down, 62% of Durham County residents are satisfied with how well Durham County has responded to COVID-19. That's compared to only 15% who are dissatisfied. Now at ETC Institute, since mid-March, we've been conducting a national survey related to COVID-19 with residents all across the country. And we update this data every 2 to 3 weeks. We've been doing this, since this all started last March. So nationally, only 38% of residents are satisfied with their county's response to COVID-19. So this 62% is a really outstanding number. Durham County residents are far more satisfied with their county's response to COVID-19 compared to other residents across the country. Next slide. And then we asked which areas are the most important to spend resources on during the COVID-19 pandemic, and residents could pick up to 5 choices. So the areas that were rated as the most important were housing and rent assistance, preventing COVID-19 spread, food, helping small businesses, and then ensuring access to medical health services. Next slide. So just a quick recap. Next slide. We saw that residents have a positive perception of the county. Most rated Durham County as an excellent or a good place to live. Overall, the satisfaction ratings are similar to last year. While we pointed out some of the areas that had the biggest differences, you rate it much higher than other large communities when you look at the overall quality of county services as well as customer service. The top priorities overall for the community were public schools, streets, and police protection. And then the top priorities for county services were schools, sheriff protection, and public health services. Next slide. So that's everything that I had. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Are there any questions or concerns for commissioners?
I had a quick one. I know that when you do surveys like this, I will say I got mine, and I'm happy that Wendell and Wanda's name was on it, because it very quickly almost became junk mail, so that helped a lot. I don't think Netta did hers. I keep picking. She didn't get one. I'm just picking, but I did mine, and I encouraged others to do theirs. It was one of the first times I got one. One of the things I spent a lot of times, I have the handouts in my hand with the data this weekend, and I know that you have to ask questions a bunch of different ways, especially if you expect to get an accurate picture about how people feel. So, I'm looking at schools, even though schools were, ranked relatively low with our public, we saw it go up some. And that might have been just due to the fact that parents started to get a greater appreciation for teachers now that their children were at home and they recognize how hard our teachers have to work. But still some movement there, and that, not saying that that's not on us, but these are some things that, schools are just in the lower third quartile on a lot of these. And so my thought process is I'm hopeful that this is going to the school board. I'm finishing up, Brenda. My big question is about the sheriff's department.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, when you touched your, I'm thinking very like Golden Girls Rue McClanahan. I thought you were clutching the pearls like Blanche. And I was like, no, don't stop. So the one I have, I'm looking at, quarter, let's see, Q1 satisfaction with major categories of city and county services. So when we look at sheriff's protection, I got 14%, 38%, and we know that 35% is neutral, so kind of content. Then we go over to satisfaction decreases, and we see that the sheriff's office, just the level of public, the sheriff's office went down. Sheriff's office relationship with the community went from 55 to 47. And then we looked at quality of protection. It was at 53 to 59. And, I'm looking at all this and I'm thinking about what's going on in the world. The same way with some of our teachers, they were combating COVID. When we look at the racial unrest that our nation saw, are you all kind of sort of, because this information is going to get out, folks are going to look at it, and we have 3 different ranges for the sheriff's office and for schools and for public health, because we probably asked about 20 different questions about each one of them. And I'm trying to figure out, when I go to the community, which one is the most accurate barometer, because here's what will happen. Somebody's going to take one question on here and run with it. But I can see just in looking at 4 different slides, there's 7 questions about the same thing. So help us so that when the community gets ready to digest this, we can make sure that they don't run away with it in the wrong direction. We want the criticism, but we want it to be done right.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So it's really the same question asked once, but looked at different ways.
Right.
The one slide shows just the results for the 2020 survey. The satisfaction rating is asked on that 5-point scale. That's the question one with the long list of items. Then there's also a slide that shows how these results compared to your previous surveys. So it's the trends. Same question, but now we're saying, how do you compare against yourselves over the previous years? We've asked this question. And then the other way we look at it is your results compared to other large communities across the country. So benchmarking. So those are really the 3 different ways, just the results for this year's survey, comparing with yourselves from previous years, and then comparing to other large communities. And what that does is it just adds some context, to the data. And then I guess the other way is the important satisfaction rating, where we determine what are the highest priorities. And that's based on the combination of satisfaction rating and importance. So I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does. And I'm sorry I mentioned the benchmarking one. I looked down at it now. So yeah, that one is a comparison, but you're right. For the first 2, I think that there's some creativity that people could take with it. And, I've always believed that figures don't lie, but people figure. And we want people to have the best information. So that does help me so that I can go out in the community and feel confident about what I'm going to say about this work. So thank you.
Yeah, I think the trends are a great way to add some more context as well. If you look at just the question 1, the slide of satisfaction, schools does rate low. But when you look at the trend, it's definitely trending up and heading in the right direction. So I think that's how that, helps to interpret the data.
Commissioner Jacobs, and then Commissioner Alam.
Thank you. And Jason, it's nice to see you again.
Yeah, yep, you too.
You've been coming to us now for several years with this report, and I always really look forward to this. I really appreciate the way you present the information so differently. We get kind of the breakdown, which we actually haven't had. I don't think that detailed racial demographic breakdown before, which I really appreciated seeing that. But also the way you show it on the map visually, and then the bar graph, and then the benchmarking. I mean, it's great because not everybody can absorb information the same way. So I appreciate that. And I thought it was fascinating, the COVID questions. I was like, yay, with the questions on the masks. And we did so well as a community on the mask wearing. And of course, it was great to see satisfaction with our local policies. And also I appreciated the breakdown for what do you want to see for COVID spending, because that's the top ones are really the things that we have been focusing on, which is housing and rental assistance, food, of course, the public health things, and then help for small businesses. And those are the things that we've been really prioritizing at the county level. What you pointed out, I had noticed too, which was about the racial disparity around housing. And I hope that we'll really look at that, because it showed that when you ask the question, do you spend more than 30% of your income on housing? And there was a big disparity there, and then related to housing repairs. And so I just think the beauty of this survey, I look at it as a way for it to help us understand where we need to focus our investments and seeing, where the issues are. And of course, public schools, every year that we've done this, I am pretty sure that public schools has come out number one as where, I think you used to have a question that said, where would you want to see more taxpayer dollars going, or where would you be comfortable with a tax increase? That was a previous question, and it was always public schools. So, that's what we have done as a board. We just made a big decision about pay for classified staff. So that's consistent with what the community is telling us. I do want to, one thing you didn't touch on though, that I do hope that that our staff will look at, which was we rated really high with people who did interact with Durham County employees, but we're still ranking really low on navigating our website. Do you know about the issues going on? Do you feel like you're engaged with Durham County government? And so we are still low on those things. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about those, because you didn't touch on that today.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just pulling up the results for that question. There were a lot of increases, and I just touched on it briefly though. There were a lot of areas that increased in satisfaction related to customer service. So, compared to other communities in some of those areas, there's room for improvement, but they're definitely trending in the right direction. And I did consider adding that slide to the presentation, but ended up cutting it out. But there's 6 different areas related to customer service, and in all 6 areas, there was an increase in satisfaction compared to last year. So it is trending upwards.
Right, but that wasn't the area. It was about communication. It wasn't customer satisfaction. It was communication. How good a job we're doing at informing the public about what we're doing, and that it was a different area.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah. I mean, there was definitely a drop in satisfaction with public involvement in local decisions, as well as your experience engaging with the government overall government process. It wasn't, the decrease was about 7% in both areas, so not a huge decrease, but enough to be noteworthy. You wonder if COVID plays a big impact on that. It'll be interesting to see next year how the results turn out, if that's a trend where it's continuously going down or more of just kind of a one-year dip.
Yeah, because I also looked at the benchmark for us nationally, and we were very low in terms of, ease of our website and things like that. So, I try to look at this and see like, where do we need to, improve, as well as patting ourselves on the back. But so I just, that is a concern to me about, what can we improve on? So.
All right, Commissioner
Thank you.
Long. Commissioner Long.
Hi. Yeah, mine will be a quick one. I was just wondering, with hopefully soon, whenever we get the data for the census, whenever that is, will there be any sort of analysis of looking at your survey alongside some of the demographic information that we get from Durham County for the census to see like how our representation is really mapping out?
Yeah, there are some slides in the full report that show the breakdown of demographics for survey respondents. And we did have a very good representation. I think overall for the survey, 51% of respondents were white, 42% Black, 12% Hispanic. And that's pretty much right on target with the actual demographics of the county. We had a good mix of gender as well, age, geographic location. So those are all things that we pay close attention to as we're conducting the survey.
Commissioners, there were two questions that came up briefly that I wanted to address. One of which was one of the commissioners said they hoped this had been shared with the Board of Education, and indeed every year we do send the results sent them over to the superintendent last Friday and invited him to share them with board and staff over there. And the second was Commissioner Jacobs, you asked about the question about funding priorities. And that is a question we do ask every year. We kind of have to decide what we put in this presentation, but we did ask that question. I remember in previous years, schools were sometimes the only item that cracked 50% in terms of the percentage of people who were willing to spend more money on a particular function. This year, schools were well above 50%. They were at 69% of respondents. And interestingly, we had another one, affordable housing, that had jumped from significantly below 50% up to 58% this year. And there was another one that was close. Street maintenance was creeping up, as was job creation, were both significantly higher than they had been in the past.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. And that question, it wasn't the presentation, but it was displayed differently this time. This is the year we showed the results broken out by Black, white, and Hispanic, not just the overall. So it was in there, but it looked different this year compared to previous years.
Okay, Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Morato. There's a lot of information here, and I do think you do a really good job of summarizing it for us, which I appreciate. I only skimmed the report. Just a couple of technical questions. One is, there was a slide about plus or minus 3%. If we're trying to compare ourselves to other locales, or if we're trying to compare, this year versus last year, does the difference need to be greater than 6% for it to be statistically significant?
Well, we used 4% difference as well.
Oh, was it 4?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No,
so does it need to be greater than 8%?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. No, the reason we use 4% is because the margin of error on the survey is 3.3%. So any difference greater than that, we consider a significant difference. So that's why we use the 4%, whether above or below the other communities. And same with the trends, when we're comparing these results of previous years, we consider any change of 4% or more to be a significant difference.
Okay, so I think I'm thinking about it wrong. because I was thinking, let's say we were looking at something that was 50% this year. We were comparing it to something that was 56% last year,
right,
or 52% last year. Let's say that.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, 42%. Yeah, 50% versus 42%. If you add 4% to the 42, you know, you're going to come up to 48. And if you drop, you see what I'm saying? Like how, but that's not the way it works. I think you're telling me.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. We just look at 4% because it's beyond that margin of error. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I'll just go with that. Yep. And then the other thing I didn't quite get, and it seemed like an important chart, was the one where you were looking at white, Black, Hispanic, and priorities.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't understand. It's on page 28 of the summary, or of your slide deck, I guess. I didn't understand how law enforcement services bumped out social services as an overall top priority, because it only showed up in one category. I think only maybe in the white, among white respondents.
You're looking at, so the slide that of the top priorities for increased funding, you said slide 28.
I think it's on page 28. I actually didn't pull it up because you shared your screen, but
it's on 28.
Yeah. Yeah, well, so this question, so I guess maybe, I'm sorry, restate the question. What was their question about it?
So I'm looking at what each individual demographic group selected, and then I'm looking at the overall, and I don't quite understand how law enforcement ended up being in one of the top 5 overall, because it only showed up in the white column, whereas social services showed up twice, right? You know, I would think it would need to show up more than once to end up trumping another one that showed up twice.
Well, the overall is just simply the result for all 848 survey respondents. What we're also doing is breaking the results out just for Black respondents, just for Hispanic respondents, and just for white respondents. And those are the top 5 for each one of those categories. Now, when you look beyond those top 2 or 3, a lot of them are ranked really closely together, if you look at the chart. So there's, you know, a few percentage points difference is all the difference between law enforcement being 5th overall versus 8th, for example. So those are just how the numbers came out. But really there's a clear top 3, which is schools, affordable housing, and streets. And after that, a lot of them are grouped pretty closely together.
Okay.
Also, Commissioner Carter, if you look across at the priorities of the other 2 groups, it would have been possible for law enforcement-led safety initiatives to be at 40% in both of those categories too. There was just a greater unanimity of opinion in those 2 groups. So it could have been lurking in 6th spot for both of those other 2 groups and still made the top 5 overall.
I see.
That makes sense.
Right.
Yes. Okay. That actually does help me. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Thank you so much for your report. Great information.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along. I think we are down to satisfaction. So now, commissioners, we are at 210080 customer commissioners' comments. So this is a portion of the meeting that was discontinued in 2017, but I'd like to add this item back to our work session, which will allow commissioners time to report on conferences that they've attended or speak regarding issues that may be of concern that we need staff to follow up on. So I'd like to open the floor for comments, and we'll start with Commissioner Along. And we'll take about 30 minutes for this conversation
At this time, I don't have any comments. I'd like to return my time to you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you. All right. Commissioner Burns.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to throw out there really quickly. I want each of us to continue to just watch this $1.9 trillion amount of funding based on the survey that we were given. Ned and I did have a great time this weekend, so appreciate to the county manager and to Drew for going over the presentation with us. And so one of the things, if you notice, that ranked pretty high right now was how people felt about housing and evictions. Now, there's a possibility that $700 million will come down to North Carolina. The large bulk of that is most likely going to go to the state. However, as some of you on the call know, if your county or your city actually had more than 200,000 residents, you could apply for funding appropriately based on what you had applied for before, what kind of eviction funding you giving out, and what the algorithm they used. They looked at what will you most likely probably have to get out. So Durham did. I know that on that weekend, it came out on the 5th. If I'm not mistaken, I talked to Mr. Manager. I know he actually got the application done and signed on that Saturday. And after following up with Ben and Janine, I know that we got ours in before the 12th. So that quick week turnaround. And so we were in a position to get $1.4 million. And I would just encourage, just from a professional standpoint, that that the language that came down from Treasury, and I've been on a lot of CDC calls, that funding, as we work to build out our program, I know that Janine is working on that right now, that we make sure that that is going to residents. Or going to residents' rent, not to, we get a lot of emails from consultants. The Durham County was only given $1.4 million. We do not need a consultant to help us give away $1.4 million. Every time we give money to a consultant, that's money that we could be using to pay for somebody's rent. And so I know that the city, and I know we're all getting those emails, and I'm not preaching to the choir here. I know that you all know this because we actually do have a program here, and that Janine and those folks have ran masterfully along with the help of Hope and Legal Aid. The city, I think, was allotted $8 million. At this time, I do not know if they have done their application. Clearly is past the deadline. We don't know, once you subtract everything that the cities and states have, what the counties and cities have got, the state could probably be left with about $548 million. So I have been in talks with the legislative delegation. The governor and the legislature decides on where that funding will go and which agency will give it out. It is not guaranteed that DPS, as they're currently giving it out, will be the entity that gives it out. So be mindful of that. I just want to throw out also, this is, if the city didn't, get their $8 million like they were supposed to, I also want us to be very mindful about the $1.4 million that we got and how we need to make sure we're giving it out equitably and also geographically equitably. Just when the state opened up their program, they thought they were going to have 17,000 applications. They got 55,000. They thought it would be open for 3 months. It was open for 3 weeks. So that is how fast this money moves. So when we get our $1.4 million, I just want us to really keep the people at the forefront. And so that was the conference call I had this weekend. And that's all I'll say about that, Commissioner Howard. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Carter?
Madam Chair, I'm going to also pass my time back to you. I don't have anything I want to say at this time.
Okay, great. And Commissioner Jacobs, I will go last.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't know we were going to be doing this, so I didn't really prepare anything. But I want to just first express my gratitude for having Commissioner Burns on our board and all the expertise that she brings to this. And I just wonder, is Janine still on here? Because I don't know if Janine is still with us from DSS, but I think there was something in our latest, or maybe Joanne could even speak to it. The latest SIT report had a reference, I believe, to additional funding. And I don't know if that's, I don't want to mess anything up here. And I just want to make sure that we did get some funding, right, for the city and us as well, that now DSS is going to operate. Was that in our SIT report, I think?
Vice Chair Jacobs, I believe it was in our situation report that was released on Friday. However, not to misspeak, I will certainly check and get back with you with the commissioners today.
Okay, yeah, I think it was, and I don't know, is that the same thing that you're talking about, Commissioner Burns, or is that another pot of money?
What I'm talking about is actually coming from Treasury, but I will say this, there's so many pots, you never know, like new things are coming down. You made mention a second ago about the DOT funding, about, you know, transportation for COVID. You know, they opened up an application last week and Fayetteville got it, and there's another one that opened up today because I text somebody. So we don't know, it changes every day. So
yeah, okay, because I don't want to mess up the numbers, but we did, the city did get some good amount of funding for rental. I think it's the ERP program. And then this, and the county, and I guess everybody has such confidence in DSS that the city wants DSS to actually administer it again with, you know, both pots of money. But my understanding is that DSS staff is really taking time to come up with a new way of getting it out that's really user friendly. And also even looking at navigators to really help people. So, you know, so that's what I heard, Joanne, and I don't know, that's why I was hoping that maybe Janine was still on here, but is that what you've heard, Joanne?
I've heard some of that, that certainly, of course, that the city wants to collaborate, and also so that it's one bigger pot of money, but how the ways in which they get it out, they're trying to use some unique strategies so they can delve more deeply into that. The question that I'm not able to answer at this moment is which pots of money we're speaking about, because there have been so many, and we're glad that there's so many, but we just have to make sure that we're talking about the same pots of money, because we have great need.
Yeah, thank you. And getting back to Commissioner Burns' point, and what we see in the survey is that, you know, and I think we saw it over and over again in the survey too, is just, and even with where do you want to spend COVID money, that came out number one, was on rental assistance. So I just, when we think about, you know, looking at where do we need to keep spending money until we get out of this crisis, you know, I don't think we're gonna have, you know, this is an area that we just are really gonna have to be mindful of, because it's the most fundamental, and that even the money that we're gonna get from the state and the federal government, we're just gonna be, I mean, I think of this as a big priority for our community as we go forward. It's not going away anytime soon. So.
Okay, anything else? Anything else for the rest of you? So I've got a couple of things, and then when after I finish and commissioners have time to weigh in, and then Lowell has something that he needs to communicate as well. So I'd like to follow up on a couple of things that had been mentioned this morning, and on the commitment that was made to the public regarding the independent investigation report into concerns raised by the county manager on behalf of the county staff of their experience of racial bias by commissioners. The independent investigators' full reports were released last year to the public. We cannot change history or past actions, so the critical decision points today are perhaps more focused on the questions about where do we go from here? What are our next steps to address the periodic dysfunction of the board indicated by the independent investigators report as it relates to our relationship and interactions with the manager, county leadership, and staff? What are our personal and collective responsibilities to live out the values we support? And finally, whether we are willing to go on a journey towards transformation together as a board to directly address the most prevailing challenges we must deal with around race and racism. To Commissioner Burns and alum, of course, you were not on the board when this issue presented itself. However, this is an opportunity for all of us to lean into our collective discomfort so that we may continue to move forward. Our Durham community and county government staff have for some time been engaged in deepening their understanding. Now is perhaps the time to make our intention, commitment, role, and responsibility in addressing racism clear. I believe we must actively pursue racial equity and anti-racism priorities that will allow us to grow together as leaders and community members. There are three high-level priorities, areas I think will guide us with this cultural shift. One, receive ongoing board development and governance support. I have scheduled, and I believe the manager has also registered, and I think you received this invitation a couple of times. And Commissioner Lum, did you say you've registered as well to the for UNC School of Government Working Better Together governance guidance course on February 19th, 2021. This is a vital course offered via Zoom from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. This is designed for local elected officials and city county managers. In this course, local elected officials will learn how being a leader also entails being a team member. Topics include developing a mutual style or culture of governing that respects fellow board members and the manager, uses best practices, and achieve goals. 4 key elements of group behavior that, when shared, elevates everyone's performance: relationships and trust, information sharing, teamwork, dialogue. Number 2, participate in racial equity and cultural competency training for learning and development. There are upcoming training sessions in February that I invite all of us to register to attend, even if we previously attended. I understand it is recommended to continue attending training for ongoing learning and development. Training sessions are most effective when we are all exposed to the same learning opportunities, so we are operating from the same understanding. Thirdly, we need to develop an anti-racism, racial equity action plan for our board that includes appropriate evaluation measures for transparency and accountability. I certainly don't have all the answers, but believe this path lays out an initial step. The only way to dismantle racism is to deal with it. The only way forward is to go through it. This is our work to do. I truly hope what I have shared is met with the spirit and which it is intended. So I'd like to get your thoughts, hear from commissioners your thoughts and perspective.
Thank you, Chairwoman Howerton. Yeah, I received the invitation from Monica to register for that, and I definitely will register for that program. And I think it'll be
great.
I echo those sentiments, and again, didn't know what all was. I'm so sorry, you all. My apologies for that cell phone. I think that I will say this. You know, we made promises to the community, and I think, you know, we've done what we said we would do for COVID. We have done what we said that we would do for the learning centers. We are going to do what we said we were going to do for $15 an hour. There are things that we want to do for seniors. There are things that we want to do for minority business. Commissioner Lom, I know there are things that we want to do for immigration services. So I've watched people run full throttle towards every campaign promise, and I haven't seen people run full throttle toward this one. So, and in talking to past board members about whether or not folks wanted to actually take these steps, I choose not to believe those at this juncture, because we are taking those steps. And I do appreciate Commissioner Howerton, you realizing, you know, there are things that people in this community need to move forward. That, and I said it earlier today, and again, it's not necessarily against any one person. The victims of perceived racism and racism are wounded the same way and hurt the same way. There's no sociological definition for perceived racism. I think we could sit here and go through a syllogism about all rising tide lifts all ships. Nobody here would say that the work being done by one commissioner for seniors is not going to help Black and brown people. Nobody here could say that the work being done on transit is not going to help Black and brown people. So nobody here does not want to help people. We've seen it in the other things you've done. What we need to make sure is that folks understand that harm continues to happen and it needs to be remedied by work the same way every other thing is remedied by work. And so I brought up earlier today that was an issue, again, for the opponents and the proponents of folks in that Coleman case. Everybody agreed on one thing, that we had commissioners that consistently said things that were racially and culturally insensitive. And so when you have even your proponents saying that, that is vital. And I threw out the olive branch today, and I look forward to doing this work because I do think that we have good people on this board. And I hope that everybody on here receives Chair Howerton's recommendations with arms wide open, because Black people have been patient, beyond patient. And I'm hopeful that that patience can aid you all in working towards some form of reconciliation. And I'll stop there. But thank you for that leadership, Chair Howerton.
Chair Harrington, I'm just wondering, you mentioned an email from Monica. I just looked through my email and I could not find it. So is this something that we got sent recently?
Monica, are you there? It was sent out by our clerk.
Yes, Chair Howerton. Vice Chair Jacobs, the email was sent out back on January 14th at about 4 p.m.
Oh, okay. I will look through it. I didn't, I just was pulling up on my emails and I haven't been able to find it. So this is an invitation to, oh, I see. Okay, I see it. Okay, thank you. And I will look at my calendar for that day. Okay, it's February 19th. Okay, I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments?
I would just like to say that I did receive that email. I thought, and well, first of all, I think that class sounds excellent and really very well targeted for what our board needs in order to move forward in a productive and in a collaborative way, and hopefully in a way that will be very trust building. I didn't register because I thought it was more of a gauge of, who wants to do it. And so I was waiting. I was trying to listen and wait to see what others said about that. If this is something that this board wants to do, I am completely open to doing it with this board. And thank you, Chair Howerton, for bringing it up. And I think my schedule will probably allow for it. I'll just double check, but I'm committed to working together in a productive, collaborative, trusting way.
Great, thank you, thank you. All right, if it's no other comments, then I'm going to move on to Lowell, our attorney. And then we'll go to directives after the attorney speaks.
Madam Chair, when the last board was constituted, and it was after the release of Mr. Coleman's report, I was charged with the responsibility of trying to assemble some training to take place in the area of racial equity, and in terms of training for between the board and the manager. And so those inquiries started, say, like I'm guessing around August or so. And so initially when we talked to the School of Government, they said, maybe we might be able to do something around, let's take a look at trying to do something around the spring. And so since our current chair has been chair, she's reached out to me to try to get these training sessions, try to get it online as soon as possible. And so if you recall, initially when I first talked to the Racial Equity Institute out of Greensboro, there wasn't any reservation at all. It was just trying to come up with something specific to what we were looking for. So fortunately, I have continued conversations with Dina Green, who's very willing to work with our board. And I think it's going to be done in concert with the community. Some things that they're proposing have already been scheduled. And we'll get the dates for those activities. Some things are going to be more racial equity training sessions. And quite honestly, I'm just extremely pleased with her thought process about how she can best help us and work with us. And so it's something that I'm very much looking forward to. And I hope to come back to you real soon with more specific dates as to when we can start, and check with you all to see what your availability is for some of these training sessions. Now, the second piece that you asked me to take a look at was the training between the board and the manager, and we initially had looked into working with the School of Government. So I had several conversations with them before the last board. Some of the board members switched out. We have a brand new board now. And so when I started reaching back out to the School of Government, we had a conversation a couple of weeks ago. And they made reference to the fact that, Lord, because so many people know the county manager, and he has worked so closely with many of the people on the staff at the School of Government, it was suggested that we might even reach out to someone outside of North Carolina to bring in to work with us. And so please understand, it was all good. The conversation was all good about their experiences with the manager. It was just that to just make everyone feel comfortable or whatever, just reach out and look for some trainers and people who can come in from outside of North Carolina who may not have worked directly with anyone to come in and provide assistance. So since that conversation, I've been looking out for others who could come in and work with us to train us. I'm proud to say that I have reached out to a firm that I know can come in and provide exactly what we'll do, what we need. And the firm will involve 4 different partners, a couple of which have had significant experience as managers or executives who can assist with this. One person is an attorney, a former student at Duke, who's now in the Atlanta area, who's also a mediator, and another person is a facilitator. And so I'm excited because I know these people can really come in and help us. So we now have conversations with 2 different firms doing racial equity and doing the training. Both are desperately needed. And so I look forward to bringing those to the commissioners with some dates and times as to when we can start that process moving forward.
Okay, any questions, concerns from the board? So
I just look forward to getting more information about all of these groups that you're talking about, Lowell. Thank you.
Sure.
Since we haven't had any information up to this point. And we did have a lot of information about the other folks at UNC School of Government. There have been a lot of discussion about that. So I look forward to getting more information. Thank you.
I'll provide that to you. And please understand, it was that their suggestion and conversation. They thought it would be better to bring in someone from outside North Carolina. And so that's what I've been working on. But I'll provide that information.
So commissioners, I just want to say this, and then we're going to go to Drew. All the things that we are talking about and suggesting is that our board made history as 5 women. History is something that the country is watching. And I'm hopeful that we will do whatever we need to do to make not just Durham proud, but the state proud that we are the first all-female board to make history. So it's all this information is given as from the heart, that we do whatever we need to do, that we show up great, not just good commissioners, but we show up as great commissioners in Durham. So thank you. Thank you for your attention. And Drew, at this point, we're going to follow up on directives. The board's request is to view any follow-up regarding previous issues, any directives.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have very close to closing out all the remaining little yellow bits in the 2020 directives and the 2021 directives are pretty young and slowly accumulating, but I hope that each of you were able to pull those down from the cloud and look at them, and I'll just stop there and see if anybody has any questions.
Any questions regarding the directives? Okay. Commissioner Jacobs?
I just wanted to applaud you, Drew. I went and just looked at them again and saw that you already put something in there for this meeting today. So
no time like the present.
I know. I looked at it. I was like, wait a minute, that just happened.
Yep.
So thank you, Drew, for being so on top of it.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. If there are no other questions, thank you, Drew.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment, please, real briefly?
Sure.
I'd be remiss if I didn't say this, and that is that I thank each and every one of the commissioners for being willing to attend and participate in this training session that was referred to earlier. It's one of the things that Carl Stenberg, the faculty member from the School of Government, discussed with me and sent to me because he really thought that that exercise would be very helpful for our board. And so I want each of you to know that I thank you for being willing to make yourselves available to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, commissioners, we have a closed session. The board is requested to go into closed session for the following: to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged to GS 143-318.11A3.
Madam Chair.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you still reading?
I think that was it.
I was just going to say, I will make the motion that we go into closed session for the reasons you stated. I would like to ask, does this board and do the members of our staff still eat lunch?
Would you like to have, you know what?
Madam Chair, I
agree with you,
Commissioner, I was going to say the same thing.
Is it, you want to have lunch? Do you want to what? Have
5 minutes or 10, I don't know, whatever, but just a little bit of time before we head straight in.
So
5 or 10 minutes.
Do you want to make the motion that we go into closed session and then have our lunch there?
Sure, that'd be fine. I'll move we go into closed session. Can we get about 5 minutes to grab something to eat and then we show up?
Yes, I gotta get a second that we go in closed session.
I second that we go into closed session and have lunch.
Okay. So, all right, Monica, you want to call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. We have Commissioner Alon.
Yes.
Commissioner Burns.
I don't know. Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes, she said with a famished voice.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Yes.
And Chair Howerton.
Yes. So it's 1:30. You want to come back at what? 5 minutes or 10 minutes? Which is it?
1:40 would be good.
1:40?
Yeah.
All right. We'll join back at 1:40. All right. Great.
Monica, can you please forward to me the closed session information, because there's some other attorneys that will be participating.
I actually just sent the reminder email, so you should have it in your inbox.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We're in closed session. Mm. Where is everybody?
Chair Howerton, we have everyone on the line except for Vice Chair Jacobs.
Okay, we have met in closed session, given staff direction, and need a motion for adjourn.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Need a second?
Second.
Thank you. Call the roll.
Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
And Chair Howerton.
Aye. We have adjourned for the day. Thank you.
Hey, y'all.
Chair Howerton, just a reminder to go into the agenda prep call.